Welcome back, everyone. 皆さん、お帰りなさい。今日は、302日目です。This is day 302. We are in the day 3-4. Yeah, day 3-4. Looks like we got another level in there somewhere. We're back, settling back, getting rested, trying to catch up on some rest, some stamina. Let's get right into it. Okay. Oops, bang quest. Great start. Great start.
停電
Aiden. Outage? Stop train? Stop electricity? Is that not a power outage? Oh, maybe I need power outage. Ooh. I think outage doesn't have two T's.
Sorou.
Oh, hey, yeah, good night. Good night, Tessa. Sleep well, sleep well. Oh, wait. What? Oh, I entered too quickly. Tree trunk? Oh, tree trunk is
ミキ
Miki. Yeah, take care, Tessa. Thanks. Umbrella tree. Oh no, wait. That's a hook. Oh, it's yeah. What? Oh, no.
値札
Who that? Oh, yeah, wait. Huh. I wanted to say it was June, but the middle makes me rethink. Look. The book? No, that doesn't sound right. Sure. No. June total? No. Gonna skip that for now. Ain't no way that's goal, right? Oh, it could be actually. Could be. Is it UB? I'm using my pointer finger because I think this is dealing with pointer finger. I wouldn't know what the right hand read would be. It was UV. Oh, it's gotta be Do. Oh, right. It's normal actually.
指導
Do. Pointer finger? Index finger? Guiding? You're pointing, probably guiding then, or this is probably a noun. Okay.
「援助する
Angels. Wait. Yeah. Wait.
建物
Atemono.
睡眠薬
睡眠薬。
停止
停止。
痛み
痛み。
奇数
迷い
迷い。Thanks, Alex. Build. Cookie. Oh, no, wait. Oh, yeah, yes. Or plan. Build.
「気づく
I think we're gonna change this up. Yeah, this is pretty old. New system. Oh yeah, that's right, the Kizu. So Kizu, very unique. Let's not until we see another occurrence of it. So what do we see? We have saw, right? We have saw, tree, and bamboo. And so, oh, chiku. Oh, chiku is new too. That's kind of unique. Onyomi. Are you just translating it? Or are you writing it in hiragana and katakana or both? What do you mean? Like when I'm entering this, you enter the kana. Usually you use hiragana to enter, but I type using romaji. So I use a Roman keyboard. So technically we are using romaji to type the kana. You didn't see the entry of the kana because it's pretty quick, and then the translation comes after. So it's always romaji output it as hiragana visually, and then you translate it. And then what I'm doing now is I'm adjusting the mnemonic for the kunyomi off the onyomi of the same character. Alright, so Chiku? We'll take a gamble. Chiku is not a common onyomi, but it could be used as the subject here. So go with the Chiku. The Chiku on the bamboo tree. The Chiku on the bamboo tree. Cookie. Cookie. Saw and ate. Oh man, construct or build something? And then we have Kizu, Ki and Zu. Okay. I gotta throw in Ki and Zu somewhere. The huh. Okay, how about the Chiku near the bamboo tree? Found a key. The zoo. The locker room of the zoo. Say storage room. Build something. Dang. Oh, building something? This is wild.
お腹
Heck. This is model, right? What did I type? Say? Intriguing. Phenomenon? I was leaning on something like Genzo. I didn't think there was an exception to this. Oh, it could be. Oh no. This all is something else. We're not thinking about statue. This is.
Gensho.
Gensho. Gensho. Dang it. I'm leaning towards key. No. It's kiss, right? Refined or detailed, something like that. Some part of me wanted to lean on. Dang. Pretty sure it's like fine or detail. We're gonna have to come back to this one. Thinking of C. I mean, it would be interesting if it ended up being she. I doubt it. Alright. We'll come back to it. Are there any questions that have full sentences? No. This is to expand character reading. There are context sentences under each vocabulary. You can read if you want. The the idea is to know the characters based on your mnemonics and not on the sentences. This is not a sentence focused exercise. Most of the characters and words are for discovery and repetition process. So if you're reading sentences, you would be rereading a lot of characters you already know. But that's for like different other forms of input. This is fabric. Does the program you're using have a separate section for sentences or maybe grammar? It has a separate section for sentences. This does not teach grammar. It does not talk about grammar. Grammar is something you either understand prior or they have graded sentence examples for each vocabulary.
Orimono.
Orimono. Oh. Oh. 乗車券。
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 Oni.
So like these are not lessons. So lessons come by when you unlock lessons. But this is purely for review. When you first learn the lesson, so first learn the vocabulary, it will try to explain the definition and possibly usage case for it, and then it will provide a mnemonic presented by the team. This is what you're paying for, really. You're paying for the mnemonic. So the mnemonic is supposed to attach the meaning to the read of the character or the vocabulary word. And if it's a vocabulary word, there are 3 to 4 context sentences provided and possibly pattern of use if there is a very common pattern of use. And those are initially what the lesson is about. Your response to the lesson is focused on whether you understand the read, assign a read to the character and the vocabulary, and a generalized definition in isolation. You are not responsible for inputting or outputting a sentence or inputting a sentence. The sentence is purely there to encourage the recognition of the character. So the main focus of this app or website is for character recognition. Adding grammar and sentences is to the end, like the means of recognizing the character. So grammar overall doesn't often contribute to the recognition of the character, in my opinion. It does help you with like sentence recognition and using context clues in that way. This is purely to address the frequency of recognizing characters as you're reading. So it's more of a building up than a building down. So when you're asking about sentences and grammar, to get the answer this, it would be the other way around. You would take something complicated and then you break it down to get the answer. The goal of these types of SRS things is to take the smaller parts and build up. So this does not stretch to grammar or sentence construction. However, they do provide context sentences that are graded based on the level. So these would be examples of context sentences. And they are only introduced when you first get lessons on them. What we're doing right now is review. So all of that part doesn't happen today. Yeah. If you're interested in sentences and like grammar and whatnot, a grammar source that is associated with WaniKani, this is WaniKani. Boonpro synchronizes with WaniKani and complements WaniKani if you want grammar. They use this similar approach, like foundational system, space repetition system, SRS, and apply it to grammar structure. And then you can sync this with your WaniKani. The Boonpro, it's a play on Boonpo, which is grammar, but Boonpro synchronizes with WaniKani. So if you're learning on the one side of characters and you want to read grammar related lessons associated using the words that you're going to use or know, Boonpro does sync with WaniKani. This is WaniKani. To give you grammar lessons using things you can read from the characters. And then it uses this similar entry thing. So you answer questions and do sentences in the point of introducing grammar. And then if you're interested in going another step above, typically people would mention Satori Reader is the other one that's around. And this is story. So these are graded readers. So oftentimes I feel like if anyone's interested in learning Japanese, Chinese, however, oftentimes these are the three things, right, that people balance out. So it's between these three things where you have a source of kind of like contextual reading that's graded. So graded means it's catered to specific levels. So when you have if you start at 0, you read those, and then hopefully with enough exposure, you then go up to the next story, and the stories will try to lean you in to discover new things. Do all of these have Mandarin? Right now, I can give you examples, but I personally do not have experience with this. So like I haven't used Boonpro yet. So I haven't used Boonpro, but this is what I've heard. So I do Hanzahiro after this. So WaniKani is Japanese. I use Hanzahiro, which both of these are SRS. Both of these are SRS based in this way. So a little later down the road, I'm going to be doing something very similar, but it's going to be in traditional Chinese. And Hanzahiro supports simplified as well, but I'm learning traditional right now. Now, Hanzahiro would be similar to this in that regards. And then Du Chinese is the Satori Reader that is typically what people mention. So the thing that I was talking about in Satori, some of its equivalent, the same concept is graded. This is the graded reader that typically comes up when it comes to Mandarin. And then Hanzahiro would be what I have experience with. That would be WaniKani. And then for grammar, I don't know of a grammar source. The nice thing is if you already speak English and you're very interested in language, oftentimes English leans quite well to Mandarin. So often the sources for grammar that Mandarin uses are typically like Wikipedia pages. So the Chinese grammar wiki is often sufficient to get to a level where then you start learning from listening to people and watching your favorite vlogs and shows. So the Chinese grammar wiki, which is free, right? It's a free site. You can read something or learn vocabulary words and then look at the grammar. It's actually quite a reasonable transition from English to Chinese. So the demand for a Chinese grammar source, like a Mandarin grammar source, is kind of low. It's quite low for an English speaker. Japanese like has Boom Pro because Japanese grammar, there's a demand for it because Japanese grammar is quite substantially a departure from English. So it helps to get some repetition for Japanese grammar, if that helps. So you can get to pretty much a comfortable spot looking at the Chinese grammar site. So when you take a sentence from like Do Chinese, when you're reading graded readers or learning a vocabulary word, you can find examples of a sentence that uses the vocabulary words and then double check it with Chinese grammar wiki, and that will help. Like, Chinese grammar is really wonderful. In fact, I'm a little biased. This is going to be my biased take. My parents are Chinese and I'm a heritage speaker, but if you read most Chinese things in English, like the English structure and then the associations, there are even less, in my opinion, grammar points in Chinese than in English. So if you're used to certain things, you can actually skip over certain things, like helping verbs, prepositions, those things. If you remove those, you're getting pretty close to the Chinese order. I think one of the biggest adjustments for Mandarin is prioritizing all your sentences to be the same order of information. Like, for example, when you're speaking in English, you could throw things like I am, like, for example, I am here now, right? Or you can say now I am here, or here I am now. Oftentimes you stick to one of them. For Mandarin, Mandarin would be I now here am. So basically, like, most of the stuff is you need to do, it's not all the time, but if you get into the habit of declaring when and where you are a lot of times, or what you're doing, where you're doing it first, then the other stuff stay relatively the same. So you kind of, even if you're not speaking in natural construction in Chinese, it's not that far away from English. So when you think of, if you learn the word now in Chinese, it will probably be where you think it is, or very similar to where you think it is. So learning vocabulary is kind of, in my opinion, a pretty excellent place to feel out sentences in Mandarin. In Japanese, I don't think that's the case. In Japanese, yeah, grammar is a very useful thing to have and try to internalize. But since you asked about Mandarin, I am a little biased towards Mandarin. Are you learning Mandarin right now? Or Japanese? Or something related? Alex? Oh, also, I do have to tell you that if you're interested in something like this, Mandarin is the one you're learning now? Okay, so if you're interested in SRS, right? If you like this stuff, like flashcards, doing this stuff, and then having these descriptions provided by someone, these things cost money. So these things cost a monthly subscription, right? However, lots of people, I don't know if you use this already, but Anki is pretty much good enough. Like, what I mean is, there's someone out there who has probably used Hanzahiro, for example, sort of, in some way, or something like WaniKani, where they created their own version of this. And Anki is the platform. You have it, but you haven't used it in a while. Oh, okay. You probably could though. Yeah. So Anki is whatever I'm doing now. I've been streaming this part of it. Anki is perfectly sufficient. So if you're really interested in like this type of thing, I've heard this a lot on the forums by people, right? Like, let me break out my pen because... So this is what you're buying. So a lot of times whenever I think about people talking about buying things or subscribing to things, I think a lot of times they focus on certain things that are available elsewhere. So the way this works, the way it works is purely from Anki, in my opinion. So Anki can do all of that. What you're buying with like WaniKani and Hanzahiro that later that I'm doing for Hanzahiro is you're buying this stuff. You're buying their explainers. So like demons. Demons are mean. This particular demon bites you on the knee, creating an O shape on your knee. He tells you he has cursed you with an Oni, which is how you know that the read is Oni, right? Oni. This is what you're buying, in my opinion. So if you're not interested in figuring out a different way of remembering things and then having someone tell you how to remember it for fun and whatnot, I think most of the stuff that I'm going to do with WaniKani and Hanzahiro, you're not necessarily going to gain very much value if you don't enjoy this. So this type of stuff is what I'm enjoying right now. Anki does very similar. When you download a deck, when you download the deck, it is the same thing. You're basically hoping that someone else has written something that vibes with you. Basically, it helps you remember things. But if this stuff doesn't work, then it's not going to work, right? Like if this part of the thing, if that doesn't work, the alternative is to try more things, as in try more other people's work. Or the ultimate is to make your own, which takes a very long time. However, usually the most consistent result is to make your own. And the system will be there. The system that Anki has is to space out the things. To space out the things so that you know when to practice. When to practice, so you don't have to worry about, oh, it's Monday, I have to practice. Oh, it's been 2 months since I last reviewed this word. The system will help you. So oftentimes WaniKani, Hanzahiro, Anki, the thing that they're useful for that's common to most people are people who don't have time management. They don't know how to manage their time, or they don't want to. They either don't want to, don't know how to, or it's not worth their time. So they use a tracker. They use a tracker to tell them when to study, right? Kind of like going to classes. A teacher tells you when your exams are going to come up. Your quizzes are going to come up. So you either use Anki or any of these things to remind you when to study. The other stuff is, what are you going to study? What kind of things are you going to study? So if you add the context yourself, you can still use Anki, not WaniKani, of course. WaniKani is not going to, because it prescribes these things. You can still add the things yourself, which is what I do for things that don't work. So the difference here is I'm looking for inspiration and I'm writing new things. So if you're writing context yourself, the context is only as good as what you can create. So if it's not good enough, then you need inspiration elsewhere, right? Unless you're willing to accept that whatever context you have and you're struggling using Anki, for example. Well, the thing about Anki is it's the same thing, where you download a deck and nothing is stopping you from adding the context yourself. What the Anki does do that you're not doing is it's scheduling when to study and when to practice. If you're doing that yourself too, then you have no use for Anki either. So if you're already keeping yourself consistent, right? So these things offer. Anki, I'm going to call them Anki likes. So that would include WaniKani and Hanzihiro. There are two major core principles that are offered to you. Are you consistent? Right? Are you consistent? If you are not, one of the primary functions of these things is to keep someone consistent. And if you're doing it yourself already, that means you already schedule yourself. You already self-test yourself. And you regularly do this. Right? And you understand when you forget something and remember something. So if you already do that, Anki and WaniKani and Hanzihiro already loses most of its value. That's one of their major functions. The second one is if you're downloading a deck from Anki, so deck or Hanzihiro or WaniKani, you're relying on context. So the thing is, this is where you ask yourself, are you creative enough? Hello there, Bree. I'm doing pretty well. How are you doing today? Hopefully a better day than yesterday. So are you creative enough, right? Or do you only need your own context? As in, you are creative enough and you only like what you come up with. So you rely on yourself, right? Rely on self and creativity. If that is a yes, then you don't need any of these. So Anki, WaniKani, and Hanzihiro would be something that doesn't work at all. So if either of these things are something you lack, they have enough flexibility for you to do the other. So you can use Anki, get a deck. You can choose not to use the context, their mnemonics or whatever. Make your own, add your own to them, and Anki will still track to make sure that you're consistent. So that's what a lot of people actually use. By the midpoint of WaniKani and Hanzihiro and Anki use, it's usually people who don't want to schedule their time. That's the part that they find boring, not really their thing. So they use Anki in that manner. They download a deck, they add their own notes. And if sometimes the person's deck is really useful, like, oh, this was a really funny mnemonic, they keep it and then they add it to their workflow. But generally speaking, that's what I'm doing now on WaniKani. So I read the mnemonic, right? I read the mnemonic. If it's interesting, I'll keep it. If it's not, I have a system of mnemonic construction for myself. But then I write it in the notes, in the notes section. And what it's keeping track of is how often to study, when to study, and whatnot. However, I'm doing this for fun as well because I don't need something to keep me consistent. I'm consistent regardless of what I use. But I want to know, I'm using WaniKani and Hanzahiro right now to see what other people are doing. So this is why I'm buying into WaniKani and Hanzahiro. I want to see how other people think about things. And then if all else fails, I will add my own notes and create my own mnemonic. And that's what the money is. When you're buying something like WaniKani or Hanzahiro, you're buying the mnemonic. Otherwise, Anki is pretty good. Efficient. Doing okay. A bit stressful. Keeping up with the medication, but getting there. Very nice, very nice. Hopefully that means more. Hopefully the medications aren't like permanent, Bree, and you're like weaning off of them or something and you're seeing benefits. You wouldn't say you're that consistent, but I do recognize when you forget or remember something. I see. Then I don't think you need either of these tools. Oh no, sorry. I'm reading someone else's comment. By the way, I'm looking at Twitch chat and YouTube chat at the same time. I'm talking to someone on YouTube. Hopefully that medication is temporary, Bree, or you find ways to get better. Yeah, this is the other thing that I mentioned was Satori Reader. Satori Reader and Do Chinese. These are the two that come up a lot. And these are graded readers. And I have no experience with these. So take it with a grain of salt. The concept of graded readers is they will provide a story and they will keep track of new words. So they'll do like kind of an Anki approach, but instead what you're paying for is you're paying for writers who write stories, and those stories will slowly introduce new words and then keep track of how accurate you're, like how long or how consistent you are with the words. And what they do is they build your vocabulary by starting with a baseline amount of words, and then they introduce new concepts and words as they're going. So now you're reading stories moving up. And oftentimes what the transition is people use like Anki to learn enough words, and then they find a free grammar source to learn like the basics, then go into a graded reader so that they can start reading things, developing higher complex use. And using graded readers allow you to expand without like having the concern of getting lost. The system itself will track what words you get consistently correct or not correct, what words you should be able to read now because they've used it a couple times, that type of thing. And then ultimately this then would bridge into whatever you're doing. Blogs, manga, or 动画, right? 动画. Television shows, right? And that's as a brief summary, I suppose. So what I'm doing here is the Anki experience, more or less. Only 10 days, thankfully. You just noticed no Spanish this month. Yeah, we're not gonna get to Spanish, probably. Probably no Spanish this month. There is still Spanish, but I'm not sure if I'm gonna start the Spanish game this month or not. The Spanish game that I was gonna start was Crypt Master, so we'll see. We'll see. Last month was far more rewarding and exhausting at the same time. than I imagined. So the artwork really took its toll. There are a lot of recent developments on the Duolingo front, and I don't know how well Spanish is gonna fit into it at the moment. I did meet a Spanish speaker though, Bree, like recently, and been chatting with him for some time, so it would give another way to use Spanish. We'll see. I can't make guarantees about Spanish. French is, as we said, French is the, once all the projects are on their way, French would be fun to dabble in. Yeah, I can barely make time for Spanish at the moment. Right now I'm trying to chill for 3 or 4 days before going in. Am I learning 3 right now? Technically, I spend most of my time learning 2 things, Alex. I listen to 3 though. Like, I comprehend 3 languages. Like, in the evening time, I listen and watch stuff. I do like immersion, so to speak, for 3 different languages. But I don't actively learn Spanish right now, or French for that matter. I don't actively sit there and say, this is when I learn. Usually by then I'm already too exhausted. I'm already mentally exhausted from doing stuff, so, or doing the learning part. I still listen to Spanish programming, Japanese and Chinese programming. That probably would be difficult, yeah. So the thing is, it's not necessarily I don't want to give you the idea that it's that I don't want to do them. It's more to make sure that when you learn something, you also need to rest as well. So I know how much time, how much stamina I have. And when I deplete that stamina, I don't learn anymore. I usually spend practicing. So most of the time I practice language. So yes, learning 3 languages or 4 languages would be very difficult if you're constantly learning. If you're constantly learning, your stamina is a problem. So, like, I am quite trying to learn something for about 3 or 4 hours a day. And then the rest of the day, I get to enjoy all the things that I learned through practice. So we're practicing. Technically, I don't learn for 4 hours straight, because right now I already mentioned that this is review. I'm practicing right now. There's not much learning in the way of the language. So I'm not actually learning anything right now. This is a review, so it's mostly practice. For WaniKani, learning happens on every 5 days-ish. Every 5 days, there will be like 4 hours-ish of learning. So that involves taking in new information. Every other day and all the other times, it's practice. And then for Hanzahiro, we learn 20 different things every single day. We learn 13 vocabulary words on average and 7 new characters every single day. That's what Hanzahiro does. So Hanzahiro has a different type of scheduling. So we learn 13 words and 7 new characters, no matter what, usually on average. So this is a little different. And then in the evening when the stream goes off, right? Like when I stop streaming, I stop learning. I just I'm really tired, my stamina's low. So what I do is then I go watch TV shows. I read a manga, maybe. The news sites. Watch my, favorite vlogger. And the nice thing about that is the reason why I say I'm not learning anything in terms of language. The reason why I'm saying I'm not learning anything in language is because most of the time the only thing I'm concerned about is practicing what I know. I think to me, I disagree with a lot of people. I disagree a lot with other people, like the major thing. This is why things are remembered. We're not talking about learning here. So learning is when that's what most people focus on. They're focusing on input when they're learning. So and then a lot of times they think that learning leads to great retention. I disagree pretty substantially. It's applying what you learned is how you remember. Whenever you do decide to start French, if you want, you can send me a Google Doc you made for French vocab if you want or interested. I can't remember if I offer that. Sure, we'll see how you organize things. We'll compare and contrast notes. That sounds amazing. If that's what you're doing right now, Bree, with your French vocabulary, keep doing that. I would love to see how our notes compare in the future. Like the way I would go about organizing the French stuff. Oh, that's kind of neat. I would love to see your notes when the time comes, right? So hold on to that, right? Hold on to that idea. I would love to see it. Yeah. So know 3 languages right now. I understand 3 languages to varying degrees, but you gotta go now. But this was pretty fun. All right, take care, Alex. Good luck. Good luck. Good luck with everything. Good luck with Mandarin. Maybe we can speak Mandarin in the future. 你听到你可以听到中文对不对I actually don't know how it's I don't know how far we should talk about how far you are in your Mandarin. Like we can try to write some Mandarin or read some Mandarin. It'd be great. Thank you. Do I speak well, right, or not? Listen. Do you listen to Mandarin? Like, are you able to listen to Mandarin? Right. Like, are you able to? That's more or less what I said. Yeah, can you listen to Mandarin? Especially from someone that doesn't quite speak in the standard accent. It's harder to listen than speak or read. Oh, okay. A little at a time, a little at a time. I'm learning as well at the time. So mostly reading. I'm working on reading. So it'll be fun to like type back and forth maybe in the future. Encourage each other. Yeah. I won't hold you up, but thanks for hanging out and asking questions. It's always a pleasure to review what I know. You did understand the words that you learned before though? Nice. So ting, right? Ting and ting dao. Ting dao is heard, and then you have 中文对不对, right? And ni, right? Ni, you. So the Google Sheets are basic, but for concepts you don't really fully grasp vocab that is tricky or means multiple things. You actually hyperlink bookmark link in a massive Google Doc with deeper X. Okay. You're making me think that I should just throw out Spanish and see how we compare notes. Oh yeah. 知道 I take care. Take care. Yes. 很高兴认识你 right 很高兴认识你 take care 再见 You make me now I kind of just want to look at your Google Docs. Okay, keep me posted, Bree. Keep me posted. Interesting. I'm glad to hear you're still keeping up with your French stuff. There's some part of me that makes me smile whenever I think like you could try to sound fancy just by breaking out some French every time. I know this is a stereotype, but I think it's a endearing quality stereotype. Like suddenly you start speaking with either a French accent or a Frenchness. So you get like when you're learning a different language and you get a comprehension of their pronunciation, you start feeling their pronunciation. So you can imbue other languages, especially English, with the persona of that. And it's kind of like scratching my itch for having different accents, right? Like how do you speak English with a Japanese accent? Just use Japanese pronunciation on English words. You know? So da Google sheet あれ basic so you can start doing that, and then if you learn French, you're like, so how does a French person sound when they're reading English? Use your French enunciation and pronunciation and try to read the English as though it's French, and you're like, oh yeah, that's awesome. In my opinion, it's a really fun quality to understand and appreciate between someone who likes to use one language at a time versus someone who loves the interconnectedness of language. And then Spanish has the like you know, I haven't tried reading things as though it was Spanish. Why ooh man, yeah, Spanish is actually kind of tough. Why itos actuae Google wow, Google oh man, that is hard. Actually, Spanish is pretty hard. I'm trying to read your sentence. Well, it's actually a Google sheet, but still it's using Spanish because there's a lot of double L's in it. You can DM the link for the Google sheet on Discord if you want, just to look at whenever you get the chance. Sure. Yeah. Feel free. That would be something we can talk about. Keep each other posted. It is kind of nice. I had thought about maybe I should do like a third flex where I pick up a language that's kind of the idea. Largely, again, the major concern right now is that I don't want to start committing and telling people that I'm going to do things that I am unable to keep consistently, right? That would be very, I feel like it's a little bit negligent of me. So I keep, like, I'm saying this with a really big grain of salt, right? I try to plan to do things. I know what I'm going to do. The things I have to do this year is WaniKani and Hanzahiro, right? And then the other stuff are going to be inconsistent. At most inconsistent. I do not want to make unfortunate like I don't want to string people along or unintentionally string people along otherwise. it would be great if I was like a baller polyglot or something, and then I'd like smash Japanese and Chinese out in like 2 or 3 years, and then be like, oh yeah, it's French and Spanish all the time now. But I think that would be very, very irresponsible of me to give anyone the impression that I learn things very quickly. I do not learn things very quickly. Or any like specific thing very quickly. You've been working on it for about 2 years. It's not perfect, but you can find it helpful. Okay, 2 years on Google Sheet. That sounds like a really fantastic amount of work. I mean, I've recently crossed over 2 years, and I was talking to Alex and Ace, you know, on the YouTube side of things, and the stuff that I'm describing, that's like trying to describe things in as quickly as possible in quick, you know, in a short format, and that kind of helps remind me of the things that I may or may not have remembered and whatnot. Explaining things is great, and talking about things that you've done before and you're being able to explain it, that's application, you know, helps people remember things. Who knows, it might turn into something else too. So thanks for the offer. Right, I'll try to get around to it. Grain of salt though, grain of salt. Time has become of the essence lately. Okay. Get back to this. Position. Alright, get a position, shoot. And cookie. Oh no, that's do.
つく
It's good.
腹が減った
腹が減った. That's a bit off. Hungry. Okay. We're just figure you offer. You know, we got a while before you pick up the beret. Oh man. Honestly, I thought it would be a fun gag to wear a beret. Really, honestly. That and what are those other things called? You know, the middle-aged man hats. It's a stereotype, but you know, the hat that middle-aged men wear. It's kind of like a beret, but it's not. It's like the Americana version of it at this point. It kind of like looks like this. I don't know what it's called. But I've always thought about just picking up a beret for the giggles. And then doing like a really terrible French accent. Yeah, I don't know what they're called. A derby hat? No, it's not a derby hat. I saw one of my high school friends wearing one. It's like, yep, we're that age now. Miss what you said. Twitch freaked out for a sec. Oh, when you were talking about beret, like wearing a beret, I thought, I honestly think that's a pretty interesting hat to have on hand. It's like, Oh, you thought about picking up a beret? You know, I just reach off screen. It's like, but then I also thought about the other type of hat, and I was talking about the middle-aged, like, it's a stereotype, a stereotypical middle-aged man hat in America, right? Americana stuff, where, you know, it's that, and I don't know what the name is, but it kind of looks like a mix between a beret, but it's directional. No, not a fedora. Fedora is a little bit more eccentric, but it's kind of forward and it has like a back thing. I thought it was like some sort of derby hat or something, but it's for middle-aged men. Like, the stereotype is when you get to that point, you kind of find those. Fedoras feel more like period pieces. So less fedora. It's closer to a beret than it is to a fedora. And I don't know what it's called. And it's not like a bowl hat, like a bowler or something like that. I wonder what it's called. I'll probably have to get back to you on with that one. Unless you just happen to know what I'm referring to. Wait, hold on. I feel like Google knows this. Middle-aged man hat. Ah, it is exactly. Oh no. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. It's almost like the British thing. What was the British thing called? It's kind of funny. It's basically saying warm winter hats for the elderly, and it's exactly that. I think. Hold up. There's a name for these. There's got to be a name for these. Newsboy hat, I guess. Irish flat caps. Yes, an Irish flat cap. Or variances of the Irish flat cap. For the record, the person that I'm referring to, like the friend that I'm referring to, they have Irish heritage, so it is very. It would be not a major coincidence. That's one of the reasons. But when you Google middle-aged men hat, immediately you have a cross between like the British stuff, Irish stuff, and then having it marketed as a middle-aged man hat. A herringbone hat. What is a herringbone hat? Oh, yeah, pretty much. Yeah, pretty much. That, yeah, herringbone. I wonder why they have so many names. There's probably going to be really subtle differences, but that, yeah, same thing. Something like that. A hat that's kind of like that. Like variances of that. Oh, herringbone. Yeah, that nails it. It looks like the term herringbone. Oh, I get it, because Boston. Yeah, those hats. I always thought of breaking one out. Like, hey, you thought I only have... breaking out a fedora is pretty funny too, though. Just have a bunch of hats. I feel like I'm having deja vu. I talked to someone about hats before, where like have a collection of hats in the background. It's like, this isn't decoration. You just pull up a hat and you just put it on for the day. I don't know if I've ever shared with you, Bree, but I wasn't ever a hat person to begin with. I think it was when I was 32 years old already before a hat came into the picture. And it was because one of my best friends bought a university cap as part of a graduation, like a successful thesis defense celebration. And I tried it on and I'm like, all right, I think I'm a hat person now. Or I basically have sentimental connections to hat, and that's why I wear caps now. It's more of a sentimental value situation. So ever since, exploring hats is an interesting proposition. The closest thing I've had to a hat before 32 years of age was like a hood, right? Because rain, a hoodie or something to protect you from the rain, inclement weather, that type of thing. Beret. In before I get roasted for wearing a beret backwards or something. All right. Anger. Something about Okori. What? It's not Okori? Wait, anger. Oh, this is the Ikari.
怒り
What the
好奇心
Koichi? What the accept? What the accept? Oh no. What is the left thing supposed to? I don't think it's supposed to be a torch, right? Not a torch. Might be a fork.
Kyushu
Still don't know what that is though. Inhale. Oh, it's probably absorption. Dang it, touch. Heck, touch.
Nagasode
What? Oh. I don't remember you. Alright, hold up. King, net, ground, mouth. Is that supposed to be like a tree? Oh, their turn. Oh. Our day 2 of exams? What are we looking at? Turn. Getting up for the exams. Hopefully yesterday went well. This is Juan. Oh, Juan is loop, right? Sounds like Khan to me. I don't know how this works anymore. What did they use? The king put a net on a... Oh, right. That's a locked off zombie. I don't know how I feel about that. A locked off zombie. have to come back to that. Yesterday, you were 80% confident. 80%. That's good. It's above average. Right? Solid, solid. I like it. Oops. Your next exam is, oh, it's next Monday, which is an English speaking test. May I ask, how does that work? English speaking test. Give me an idea of how the tests work. I don't think I've ever had oral exams, now that I think about it. In high school? The closest thing would be like a speech or a project, like a essay or presentation or something. Is that the type of format, or are we talking about I having like a very different idea of what an English speaking test is? Is it dictation?
Mikiwameru.
It's kind of funny to look at musume as good woman or good female. How does sun something? That's totsu, right? Onyomi for totsu. What was the other thing? This is probably the primary meaning of totsu.
It's good.
It's good. A stab. Let's add something. I don't quite like this. So, oh, tsu. Tsu is kind of two-person in a group. The first round is the interlocutor will ask questions and we answer. Second round is to give you a topic and 4 questions, and you each have 2 minutes to answer all of them. Interesting. The second round is a bubble map, and you both have to speak to each other about 6 points or 3 points each. Wow. Oh, the third round, sorry, yeah. Dang. It almost sounds like debating, but that's cool. That's very cool. Communication skills. Neat. I'm kind of curious how that would fare. Americana, when I was in high school, so take it with a grain of salt. It's been 20 years, but 20 years, usually those type of things do not take the form of an exam. They tend to take the form of like projects and seminars and whatnot. Like if you're giving a presentation, you will have to eventually end up answering questions, and then when you're doing the presentation, you have to cover and speak about specific points, cover those points, and then afterwards you'll be asked questions in order to be able to answer them and grade based on answering them. But having them in a form of an exam is very interesting. I do not have experience with that, and honestly, I don't think there were examples of that even into advanced. The idea was they often took place as a form of a presentation. So most presentations deal with developing those ideas, and then you have follow-up questions from the audience. So it's kind of like a version of that. Intriguing. It almost takes the form of a debate too. That's pretty neat. I think that's super awesome, actually. That is definitely something that I could see being incredibly meaningful in the long run, given the state of how communication works online. I could also see it as a really negative experience for individuals who believe their normal form of communication is online as well. What I mean by that is it's very difficult to find practice for that skill online right now. The things that you're talking about, where the first round, someone the interlocutor asks a question and then you guys answer. Usually that's a third wheel, like a moderator, right? And then the second round, you ask each other, like you get topics and you answer questions for each other. That type of format rarely ever happens online. So this is where, well, normal, quote unquote, you could say normal people don't speak like that or talk like that. And then you find that it could be very tough or optional in school. It's kind of like normal people don't use calculus or everyday math, so you don't choose to remember it or work on it, right? And this would be one of them. To be honest, it's your first time hearing interlocutor. Yeah, I don't know what an I'm guessing it's a mediator. Let me see. Okay, interlocutor. Oh, interlocutor. A formal noun. Okay, a person who takes part in a dialogue and conversation. Yeah, I refer to them as mediators. So I let me see if mediators is an informal version. Interlocutor versus a mediator. Interlocutor is simply a person who participates in dialogue and conversation, whereas a mediator is a specific type of intermediary who helps opposing parties reach it. Okay, mediators are middlemen, but I was imagining the exam having a mediator. I guess this is simply someone who participates in the dialogue. So in interlocutor, I don't know where the emphasis is, by the way. I'm guessing it's on lock. Interlocutor is a more general term than a mediator. A mediator is a very specific term. Interesting. That's really neat. I don't know if you're gonna find that interesting or not, but to me, what you're doing, maybe I'll try to hype up the thing. What you're doing is very professional. There's also an assessor who just listens to our points. Ah, okay. So you have a fourth wheel, an outside. Neat. So an observer. Yeah, that's cool. What I would say is, I know this might not come up very often yet. It's kind of like math, science, and all that stuff, right? It comes with application. But the thing that you're doing right now is, in my opinion, something that is underrated for professionalism. If you're unable to do those things, eventually you can choose to feel like you're ready to do them when you reach a career that requires you to do that, or you can find it fun, and it would be one of your assets. Like being able to answer questions, reflect questions, build topics around the questions, right? And then somehow, if someone's topic is really far away, the question, you can rope it back into your topics while incorporating their topics. That's kind of like the entire interview process, really. Like what you're doing in this exam, nailing this exam almost makes me feel like they're setting you up for being able to work in a professional environment, especially where a professional environment involves either you being interviewed for a position or you are interviewing someone else for information and position, right? Like if you ever want to start a business, that's something that you'll have to do quite a lot. And in the future, when you're going to like a college or university, the very first things that you'll do is what you do in that exam. Like, and that's really neat because I don't think, at least from my experience 20 years ago, it might have changed now because of the internet and the lack of proficiency in these skills. But generally speaking, the longer you spend on the internet, in my opinion, that type of skill will feel like it's not only useless, it may also feel like normal people don't use those skills. And I actually would agree. The vast majority of internet conversations do not do any of those things. And to me, that is the very first thing I do. Thanks, Nojo. Thank you. Always appreciate the word of inspiration. Hopefully everything is going well for you, Nojo, as well. Thank you for stopping by. So, in my opinion, that is really awesome. And of course, what I'm trying to say is it can also feel like you're using up time for something you might not feel like it's normal. That's the thing that is very difficult about wanting to do something and studying for a skill that you might not be able to see being useful yet. And what you described, I feel, if you don't see yourself as a working professional in the future, like maybe you want to start your own business and you want to run your business however you want it, then you probably may not do that stuff, like formal questioning and conversational skills. However, for me, it's like the first thing I do. How are you able to ask questions while also involving topics that you need to cover? Because you will be responsible for the topics in the future. So not only do you have to come up with the topics, you also have to know how to speak and ask so that the person will be inclined to talk about the topic. And that's how you like sell things, right? You sell things, you recruit things, get information that you want. Google and search engines have removed the need for that skill because you don't have to ask anyone for information. And you don't have to ask and question them to get them to talk about certain things because the internet can do that. You can ask a machine to get you all those information. So the next time you try to make a friend, for example, or talk to a teacher or another human being, then it can be very, very tough and awkward and anxious, largely because that skill is usually not used, in my opinion. I think people go about their days maybe 90% of the time rarely having to do that. And it's really refreshing to see that there are other countries where their school systems still require how to dictate and communicate in a social function between humans, right? And then there's like accessed by humans, right? Nowadays, I feel like there are individuals who would be convinced that they are excellent at communication, and their only metric their predominant metric and accessibility is based on statistics. So like if they see something often enough on the internet, that is the right way to communicate, right? And yes, in a way, which is why I would lean back to WaniKani and like language learning and stuff. You can say that if you look at enough native examples, like native speakers, how they normally would speak, and you would be right, or you'd be very trained to do that in many cases. However, when it comes to like individualized communication, that's when you start separating yourself. Bro, every time you tune in your stream, you're always dropping a lot of wisdom. Pure coincidence, Nojo. Pure coincidence. The other 70 or 80% of the time, I'm basically making goofball noises and getting vocabulary incorrectly. call it the roll of the die, right? The coincidence. Yeah, for this one, I think going back to native speak, it's great to know what native speakers do and whatnot. Do I still stream Duolingo? I'm trying to, but we're trying to set a time for it. There has been updates to Duolingo that requires planning. So at some point, we tried a couple of times this year, but it has been quite busy. What is guaranteed is whatever I decided to do this year, that's guaranteed. I have seen the chess stuff. I should try that. Yeah, I do know how to play chess quite well. And it would be really interesting to see how they teach chess or expose people to chess. Yeah. I haven't done the math or the music thing either, which would be interesting because yes, I did learn music composition as well, and it would be fun to brush up on mathematical concepts, like getting people to raise their base. I'm curious what's considered as basic mathematics, like what people use as accessible math and accessible music theory, right? And I use Duolingo as a barometer for the lowest entry possible for the foundations of those things, to give an idea, like what is considered fundamental maths, like for a person who isn't interested in formal education and whatnot. Like for me, if you're asking me what fundamental math is differential equations in calculus. You got to get at least to differential equations. But I don't think that's the case. I think the math is probably algebra. I think algebra is the average literacy, mathematical literacy online. I can't see something beyond it. And I think algebra is stretching it a little bit, because oftentimes I would do things like, what is a correlation, right? Like if A goes up and B goes up, what type of correlation is this? And then how do you represent this relationship in the form of an equation? That would be the basic level of algebra that I would say will likely be found being used nowadays. And it might not sound like this. It would usually be in the form of words. So like someone can say, oh, if I eat a lot of vegetables, I would lose some weight, and therefore my health goes up, right? That would be an algebraic expression. There would be an algebraic expression for that equation or that relationship. Anyways, yeah, take care, Nojo. Good luck. Maybe we'll see you you might be able to see some chess stuff in the future. It is in the idea pool. Thank you again. All right. Algebra is fantastic. If anyone have forgotten their algebra, like Nowadays, I would say, as a little plug for algebra, nowadays, I think most people think and talk in the form of an algebraic equation. But I want to talk about a little bit about that. Just, we'll make it about language learning, right? Language learning, right? What's an algebraic equation that most people express in the form of a corollary relationship? One of them would be if kanji goes up, right? If kanji goes up, then sentences go up, which equals higher comprehension. Right? The relationship, but then a lot of people would do quantized theory on it. So for every 10 kanji, it would feel like you can get one new sentence, which leads to a feeling of like a 2% increase in comprehension. That type of thing. So this would be an algebraic relationship, right? And you can make a lot of comments that people make when they talk about their decision making represented in the form of an algebraic equation. Like if you spent $100, right, that took you 10 days to earn, but the thing you spent $100 to do gives back $10 per day. How many days would it take for you to make your money back? This can be represented in the form of an equation. So algebra. And then you can do this with things like if A and B leads to an improvement in C, and if you add D, which also creates an improvement in C, but it causes a decrease in B, right? So the second thing would have a decrease in B. If you increase D, and these things would go in one direction, what would be the combination that would maximize gains, right? And then C, B, A, B, C, and D would have values. And you can probably fill those values in because on the online, there is a metric for that. It would give you, like, say, A is viewership, B is subscriptions, C would be, I don't know, views, D would be sponsorships. And now you have the recipe of someone's argument for what is most important, what is more important for the success of a YouTube channel, for example. This would be an algebraic relationship that has correlations. Correlations, in my opinion, are the reductive way of seeing algebraic relationships. So if A goes up and B goes down, that's a relationship without the algebraic specificities, like how much up, how much down is the relationship that can be represented as an equation. So this is what I think would be the closest representation of getting someone to be interested in understanding how algebra works. And then that's it. But I don't think there's much more beyond that. The other stuff is the slightly higher algebra stuff would be maybe something like a regression. A regression is like a line of best fit situation. Like if you have this type of data, right? What is the general trend? The general trend is this way. Regression. And specifically 1 degree, the 1 degree regression. And regression is also important for rates as well. Like, what is the slope of this line, right? That's algebra. Well, it's kind of trigonometry and geometry, in a way, trig and geometry, but they also filter into algebra. So like, what's the rate of this? What's your rate of increase? First order stuff. That would be a concept that would be very important, in my opinion. And it allows people to understand things that happen over time, like meters per second, right? Kanji learned per day. These are rates. These are rates and ratios. I think individuals would find this stuff very, very applicable when you can start comparing rates. Like, what's faster? 10 kanji per day or 100 kanji in a month? Now, you could do the normal way, like the non-algebraic and high school mathematics way, and say, well, if a month there are average 30 days in a month, so I take 30 and times 10, that's 300 kanji, right? In a month. Whoops, my penmanship needs work. 300 kanji learned in a month at that rate, right? So that is greater than 100 in a month. You effectively have done a mathematical conversion. You've converted months into days in order to figure out, adjust. The other way to represent this would be 100 kanji per day, or sorry, per month. You convert that into, there are 30 days in 1 month. Whoops, the other way around, sorry. 1 month, right? 30 days. That is 100 over 30. So that's roughly like 33.3 repeating kanji per day, right? Per day. And you're comparing 33.3 kanji per day versus 100 kanji. Oh wait, I forgot what I was including. Per month? Oh no. The other one was 10 kanji. I don't know, but I forgot what the numbers that I were comparing to. But the idea is you're converting rates. So these are rates, rate conversions. I think those are the things that are really important. And I still don't think people do that. Not in their heads. There's no appreciation for them. The easiest way to do it is you go on Google and you ask, if I had 100 kanji per day, how many would I learn in a year? Right? And then it has to be greater than the other. So you can fetch most of these numbers. The question is, if you do that, does it help you appreciate the relationship between them? What I mean by that is, it's very difficult to get someone to appreciate what it's like to learn 5 kanji per day over a month versus being told they need to learn 150 kanji total in a month. So do you, like, that would be a great example. Do you understand the differences, the relationship between 5 kanji per day over a month versus 150 kanji in a month? Wait, is that correct? Yeah. When you Google this, it would tell you that in both cases it's the same. Technically, it's the same. You're saying the same thing. If you did 5 kanji per day over a month, you would likely learn 150 kanji in a month. But the thing about mathematical relationships and whatnot is like an episode and a whole movie. Exactly. Exactly. Turn. Like an episode versus a movie. Exactly. That's a way to kind of... So your example that you just made, it tells me that you understand the relationship between the concepts. And to me, that is really important and a useful tool for people to know how to do things and like spread things out or put things together. It gives you that idea that, hey, man, I have to learn this much kanji. That sucks. How am I going to find time to do that? Know the relationship between time and things you have to do, and you can come up with a different type of plan. It's still the same thing, but different. And that's one of the things that school, at least in my opinion, that's one of the things that school is supposed to help you with. Like, it's supposed to challenge you. If you can't solve a problem, how can you solve it differently? And these would be the type of examples that I would give in science class, like in laboratory class. Like when someone sees 33 grams of something, right? I don't know, of compound X in a volume, 100 milliliters of, we'll just say H2O, right? How can you tell the person what is the relationship of grams per mole and concentration? Well, here I talk about orange juice. I use orange juice as an example. Actually, nowadays, I probably use protein powder. I would use an example in a protein powder. And then give an appreciable analogy to a protein powder. Like if you put 30 grams of your favorite protein powder into 100 mils, what is that like? How would you solve, what kind of problems would you find when you're trying to dissolve 30 grams of protein powder into 100 milliliters of H2O? I can tell you one thing, solubility is going to be a problem. You're going to have a solubility problem because 30 grams of protein is a lot of moles of a solute that's trying to go into a very low volume. So this is one of the relationships. Nowadays, your teacher don't really use analogies. That's very unfortunate. But that, whoops. Uh-oh. I accidentally hit enter. That's fine. That's kind of unfortunate, but also it's kind of tough for teachers to stay, how you say, trendy, because think about teachers having to try to stay trendy with whatever you silly goobers are doing right now. I can only say, I say this because I'm no longer teaching. So the idea of having a teacher trying to come up with all the curriculums and whatnot, and then have the analogies be current, they would really have to love their job and love being like, you know, messing around with Gen Z stuff. So I don't know what it's like now. The world moves a lot faster than before. Like last time I could talk about League of Legends for 4 years and it would be fine, but nowadays I don't even know. Like today could be something and then the next month could be something else, and the stuff that your analogies that you're using are already, I do try to stick to like things that don't change very much. So it is a little bit disappointing that teachers don't really use analogies. Like the protein thing that I was talking about is it's a great way to understand the relationship between, if you increase the mass of something in a specific volume, like if the volume stays the same, what is that relationship? Like if you keep increasing the mass into a volume of a liquid, what what happens? Usually solubility goes down. And what is the relationship of solubility with a mass in a specific volume? Well, have you ever tried putting 100 grams of protein into 10 milliliters of water? Tell me how it goes. You can even use a blender. I'll give you a blender. So these are the concepts that I do feel would be very appropriate to understand for everyday life. However, it's not presented this way most of the time. This stuff is not really presented this way. I don't know if it would help or not, because I don't teach anymore I don't have opportunities to teach in the classroom environment. But I think this stuff is really funny, and it will leave an impression on people, right? Like, why would you need to know these colligative properties? This demonstrates a colligative property of water. Solubility. And then this also involves, this demonstrates the concept of density. How dense something is. So when you jam pack something into and pass the solubility, like saturation, you can saturate a solution. So if you're trying to squeeze 100 grams of protein powder into your 10 milliliters of water, you're probably going to reach a point of saturation. And how do you solve the saturation problem? You add more water, right? If you add more water, that's called dilution. So you're diluting the water. This increases the volume, which decreases the density. So whenever you're drinking your protein powder and you're saying, wow, this protein powder is thick AF, add water. Now, a lot of times people would say, well, what if it's not water? What if it's milk? It's like, well, if you add water, it will also dilute the milk. So the relationship is the milk concentration would also go down. So in order to maintain the consistency of that milk flavor, you would need to add milk instead of water. That's a way to understand that solutions can be made of multiple things, right? It doesn't only have to be milk. It can be milk and water. Then you need to know the relationship of the milk and water's ratio with the context of its total volume to preserve its taste and whatnot, its consistency. So that's a way to link when you're cooking. Why do you need math? Why is baking very important about concentrations and weights? That's a great way to help you appreciate that simple algebraic relationships. These are algebraic relationships, and correlation goes a long way to understanding many things, and you can abstract it to learning. Learning is a rate, right? Learning is a rate. You're acquiring something. You're acquiring knowledge over delta t, a change in time. So in order to appreciate progress and whatnot, oftentimes this is lost. It's gone. Like, rates are not appreciated. Rates is when algebra comes into the equation. When you're stuck with arithmetics, right? Arithmetic, like subtraction, division, multiplication, rates are not appreciated. It's very difficult to appreciate and understand what it's like to do something over a period of time, and then how to compare rates relatively, like an intuition about what is faster, what is slower, and what is relatively smaller or significantly larger. Those relationships go out the window because arithmetic things, subtraction, division, and multiplication, doesn't help you. Like, for example, when something is 2 times bigger, that doesn't say anything. Like, what 2 times bigger? Is that really big? Is that really small? How do you know? Without algebra, in my opinion, without understanding algebra, the relationship between A and B You can't understand what is 2 times A is B. Like, you can't understand how big something is or how small something is without understanding relationships between things. And that's where correlation gets a bad rep. When someone talks about correlation, they fail to understand percentages and magnitude changes, because there's no form of relationship, right? There's no relationship. Something that's very small and you multiply it by 3x can still be smaller than something that is slightly small. Like, if A equals 1 and B equals 10, 2 times 1, right? 2 times 1 can still be significantly less than 10. What did I do? I replaced A and B with a value. So now you can see that there are multiple situations. You can have a situation where something is increased substantially in relative to itself. This is twice as much. So like, doubling something is a lot, relatively speaking, to its thing. Twice of 1 is big, but it is still small compared to the magnitude of B. A being very small, despite doubling very largely, is still significantly smaller than B. And if I give you an example, what that means is, we'll make it about learning Japanese. This right here, where a lot of people complain about the lack of progress and grinding, this is what I mean. When you start here, you have a pool of A. So it's a very small number, say it's 5, right? And then you see a doubling effect of 5, which would get you a really large increase, because B would be really big. So like, if you knew 1, the lag phase, yes, like the 1, right? 2 times 1 is huge, because 2 is going to be much bigger than 1. But when you come here, your A is going to be like 1,000, and your B is going to be like 1,010, right? So then when you solve for X, the X factor, it's a really small percentage. It's one, it's it would be 1,000. It would be the difference of 10 over 1,000. That is a change. That's X, by the way. So it would be 0.0.1. That's the feeling you're getting. You're not getting 2 anymore. You're getting 0.0.1. Sorry, 0.01. I keep saying it inappropriately. You're getting 0.01 change, quote unquote change. And these numbers have to exist as a relationship to actually mean something. Like, you need 2 numbers in order to compare them, and they have to have 2 conditions. We're not going to talk about sampling size and like variable control and control conditions, but generally speaking, in the beginning, the learning curve, right? The lag phase, the learning curve. Lag phase is usually the learning curve, right? Once the learning curve goes away, this number actually starts shrinking. So the number keeps going down. So the important lesson here is AX equals B. That's often the feeling of the relationship between things. And then you're comparing the rate. You're comparing actually a rate over time. So then you have to do the first derivative of this to get a rate. And then you have a graph of different rates. And your rate will look like this. Sorry, my math is pretty rough, but what it would see is the transition would be going down. The trend would be heading downwards. So your rate actually decreases the longer you study, the longer you learn. That doesn't mean the effort that you're putting in went down. That's one of the biggest things that I hear a lot of times. Your effort is not increasing. It's actually your value, your perceived value is going down. So therefore you think the effort that you're doing is more wasteful. When inherently the relationship between progress, like learning from this relationship, you will expect this to happen. That is the relationship between having a pool of something and gaining at a fixed rate. If it's a fixed rate, then the relative amount will go down over time. In order to imagine your rate being this, right, instead of this, like the relative rates, you would have to keep increasing the amount of effort. You're gonna go study? You're gonna continue studying? No worries. Take care, Sharon. Thanks for stopping by. Good luck with your studies and your exam in the future. I would love to hear about if you give me some saucy bits when you're done with your exam. Good luck. So to complete the idea, right? So your effort would have to go up. Your effort would have to consistently go up in order to maintain a relative amount of a relatively flat rate of improvement. That is insane already. This is absolutely insane. But that's not where it stops, in my opinion. People think it's this way, where your rate of progress increases respectfully to when you started. Like, they think, in my opinion, this is what happens with mathematics and the lack of understanding of relationships. When you start learning something, you think that most things, this is more like exponential. You're looking for exponential growth. And this is not a map of rate. This is the map of the ratio of rates. So you're comparing, this is your rate at day 0 of change, and you're comparing your rate with the previous rate, and this number is going up, right? This is what most people think, in my opinion, or makes me feel like they think what learning and studying and practicing is, when it's not even this, which is conservative. That's like doubling your efforts or even quadrupling your efforts, exponentially inputting your efforts to create that sensation that your progress is the same. That's absurd already. You're gonna burn out. This is the recipe for burnout. This is what happens when people continuously expand in order to make up for the lack of progress. They expand so fast that it's beyond their means. When in reality, this is where 99% of successful people are. Because this is sustainable. The natural order of things. When things get really big, progress get relatively smaller with respect to the bigness of the project. You can still continue to expand sometimes. So sometimes people can do like innovation, you know, try to expand, right? Continue to expand temporarily along the way. But generally speaking, when it comes to, if you're focused on one skill, it usually declines with the beginning phase. And I still find it very difficult to communicate to people about the relationship between what is considered progress versus like some singular magnitude goal that they constantly think about. Like, I want to have 1 million subscribers by, like, for example, I want 1 million subscribers by 1 year, right? What does your graph look like? Can the graph actually look like on the way to 1 year? This 1 year. Can you comprehend? Are you able to? There might be stats, like someone will use a stat, right? Saying, oh yeah, well, the average person gets 1,000 subscribers in 1 year. So I would have to do quote unquote 1,000 times that better in a course of a year. What does that even mean? You don't know, like that doesn't tell you anything. Those are stats. It tells you that it's 1,000 times the rate, or like not even 1,000 times the rate, 1,000 times the number of people. But what is the rate? And then how are you going to achieve a rate that reaches this? So you start thinking about these things, and I'm like, no, because, and then I ask you, what in this graph where I have T and I have a number of subscribers, right? Is this what the graph will look like? Or is the graph always going to look like, what is the graph going to look like this? And then this is 1,000? Because this is very important, because if you're looking at these, where's the rate? I had a little bit of, I have this common discussion, but yesterday I also had another discussion about this. The idea is what you perceive is the rate between two time periods. So if this is a good day, these would be good days right here. This period right here would be terrible days. So there's a chance you're going to quit here. 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 Oh, you're definitely you might quit here. That's what I see people do, in my opinion. That's how they use data. One of the biggest examples, you don't need to, in my opinion, someone doesn't have to tell me what the data is when they use data as endpoints regarding something that happens over time. Like, how many places are you going to have a quitting event? And this is optimistic. This is being optimistic, as in you rarely have a negative change, a negative rate, right? Temporally a negative rate. And then why is this relationship important is because you can then create a threshold for understanding what causes you to quit. I don't beat around the bush. What does my channel look like, right? Most of the time, my channel looks like this. So if you ever wonder what it looks like, that's what it looks like. Because if you zoom out and put it, this is also scaling compression. So if you put this at like 10,000, right? It will always look like this. If you put this at 1,000, like if you put this at like at 1,000 instead, then you might see some noise, right? But saying the number 1,000 subs in 1 year, that not using data. That is not using data. That is knowing data. You know this is data. This is quote unquote a fact that you want to happen, right? In fact, it's not even a fact yet because it hasn't happened, right? So to me, data being told to you is very different than understanding what that data actually says. So that's long story short. So we come back to WaniKani, Anki, SRS, right? SRS. Do you know what SRS is doing for you? If you're not interested in that, then trust the process. be great with it. I don't know. Hopefully it leads to that magical end that you want. I'm not saying you need to know these math things. You do not need to know these math things, provided that you don't have a problem with the outcome, right? Like, if you don't feel like you're getting more proficient at your target language, that's ultimately what I'm describing is ultimately a way in which you can use data that something else is already collecting to better inform testing your hypotheses of things that work. If all of the things I've said in the last 30 minutes sound like it's really high in effort and it's a waste of time and it's not interesting to you, then my response is that I hope it works out. Trust someone's process and hope it works out. But the mentality that you must have, it has to be appropriate for it. If you're not interested in understanding how to use data and interpret and problem solve with information, then there's a trust process involved. That also means you have to try a lot of things until something works, because the data that you get from them is not useful to you. It becomes less and less predictable of your outcome, right? When someone says, oh yeah, people have a 90% success ratio with our product, this is the trust. You're trusting that this 90% means something. If you say that, oh, it's 90% success, that means I only have a 10% chance of failure, that, in my opinion, is an inappropriate use of data for someone's emotional goals. The reason why, in my opinion, is if you end up being in that 10%, the world ends. As opposed to looking at what the relationship of 90% and 10% means when you're using this product, right? Again, probably not the end of the world. The nice thing about the internet is then you just move on to the next product, then the next product, then the next product. And whatever that product ends up being, that product is what's going to become statistically biased. Why do I mention this? It's because whatever this product is, if it works for you, it becomes the goated product and all of its stats are valid. That's not true. That is incredibly negligent, inappropriate, and unprofessional to do that. If you make it your profession to do so. If you're not, that's perfectly fine. Like, you got your goal, you want to celebrate, that's great. But whatever it is, this is what language learning is, in my opinion, when someone provides advice, especially unsolicited advice. They statistically cite some sort of random magnitude of success, and it happens to just be whatever worked first. And whatever worked first somehow is better than something else that claims the same statistics. And their understanding of statistics would suggest, like, well, our product works 90%, so there's no way that other product works 90%, because then how can there be 180% of people? That's the type of argument, in my opinion, in all the English that people hear. Like, oh, this is the only method that you need to do to learn a language. It's okay, so you're telling me it's 100% success ratio. Where did you get that? What did you just click into? You were chatting about now. Had to leave for a minute, needed another dose of meds. I hope Trixie is doing well, Brie. Like, showing recovery and responding to the medication. Antibiotics tend to be pretty strong. No, I was just talking about how people make decisions with math. And that was pretty much the end of the segment anyways. So we're just gonna get back to our usual thing now. The last hot take to summarize the hot take, right? To give you the hot take is that when people use data, they often use data without understanding relationships. And the TLDR is often whatever product, whatever they did is goated because it's the first thing, because it is the first thing that worked. And the hot take here is, I would say more than 50% of the time, whatever they think is goated is negligibly significantly better than what worked for someone else. And an extra hot take, those who understand data, those who are able to use data, take advantage of it. Of this. And that's how you get 10 different apps being 99% success. And all 10 apps offer similar things, but they're all successful. Because data is warped. The interpretation of data has no relationships. They lack relationships. And I humbly, respectfully, it's great that you can help people with your product and you can help by advertising the product that worked for you. It's still a good thing. Like, this stuff is a good thing. In my opinion, the overall net is that people gain access to something that works based on someone's experience. The dubious nature of this is it tells me that people don't understand the relationship between statistics. So you can have someone come to you and say, A always works. Forget about B. This doesn't make sense. Because B exists with a rate. So in order to say forget about something called B, this can't be true. The way it's phrased, like the relationship between these two. If A always works, then somehow B exists. So it's not. A doesn't always work. However, the first thing you tested, if it worked, then it can seem like it's always true. Because it worked for you. And this type of understanding, when you buy a product, it's going to say, oh, 90% of the time you get this result, right? 3 months progress or something like that. And then this has like 50% and in a 6-month period or something like that. And then people would compare these two rates like, oh, clearly product A is better. Like, no. Like, what do you, how do you, what? do you understand the relationship between these two numbers? Because I certainly don't, based on what you just said. Like, I can't possibly, in my opinion, humbly, right? It's great that you're telling me these numbers, but this is part of the data set. So now I have to understand what the relationship between 6 months and 50% is. What is the relationship between 3 months and 90% is. And then what are the relationship between A and B? If you don't understand these things, then even correlation. This is, in my opinion, the meta of correlation. What this is doing is, in my opinion, even worse than correlation. Like, this is non-correlation. This is not even a correlation. This is a comparison made by not understanding what is comparable. Just because this has a percentage sign and this has a percentage sign and they're using months as a measure doesn't make them correlate with each other. That's even worse than correlation. You don't even know if they can correlate with each other yet. At least in my opinion. I'm a little bit stringent about this. Or even the remote things, like 50%. 50% of what? 90%. 90% of what? 3 months? 3 months in the period of what? Like, what are their targets? What is their rate? What is the rate that they're looking at? Right? All of this stuff is gone. So what happens is you have lots of products because it's good for business. It's very good for business. It means you can make a lot of claims and sell a lot of products. And your customers, your target customers, in my opinion, ignorance is bliss. And hear me out. I still think this is fine in the sense that because how the internet works, backlash is a thing, right? You have backlash and guarantees, that type of thing. And then you can also have competition here. So there are other normalizers. The idea is when someone tells me something like this, like, oh, I use this product because 10 million people use this product and they all seen success. I'm like, okay. And why is this the best product? It's like, because 10 million people use this and have success. Like, that doesn't tell me anything about why it's the best. When you say it's the best, you're comparing it with something. What is it that you're comparing it with? Sometimes I get this thing, which happens. Let's go back to language learning. Like, oh yeah, I think this is the best product. It teaches grammar. And I'm like, 100, all the people that I know, so effectively 100% of the people they know, when they use this product, they understand grammar. Or, quote unquote, what they would do is they would generalize and they understand how to, I don't know, speak sentences or something like that. Right? And I'm like, okay, 100% of what exactly? Like, where are you getting? Oh, of your friends. And I'm like, okay, I'll accept that. That's fine. You might have a lot of friends. Like, how many friends is that? They could say, like, they have 10 friends. I'll still take it. Now, what are you comparing it to? Like, how you say this is the best product. So what are you comparing it to? And then immediately they would pick something like Duolingo. And then my first thought is, well, I haven't used Duolingo yet, but now I have. And I would ask them, like, so how do you compare it with Duolingo? It's like, well, Duolingo doesn't teach grammar. And my first thought is, okay, so you're telling me that your product is great and it's really good for grammar, and your point of comparison is you picked a product that you think doesn't teach grammar. That is a poor relationship. That means this number can be infinite percentage and it would still mean the same value to me. Because you fail to understand the relationship that you're using your number for. Like if 10 is over 0, it's still undefined. I was using grammar in Duolingo because it's a smaller bit. I think most of the time it's more like immersion versus SRS or something like that. And I'm like, they're really not that comparable. But I hope that you pick something that is they actually have a relationship, right? So there is correlation, and then there's contrast. At least that's what I call it. Contrast. And then there's causation. I think this is my newest CCC, the triple C's. Are you telling me a contrast? Are you making a correlation, which is a comparison? You thought this was chemistry? I suppose. Well, it's obviously not chemistry. This concept is in chemistry though. So, you're either making a comparison, an actual correlation, which is the saying that most people say correlation is not causation, right? The relationship. But I think greater than 50% of the time, which is like that comment you just made right there, it's a contrast. You're making a relational contrast, not a relational comparison. And then no causation. Obviously, we don't even get to causation most of the time. Now we're comparing these two when it comes to people's comments online. You're either comparing or you're contrasting. But most of the time it's a contrast. Do I give free life advice? No, I don't. I commentate on other people's choices and decisions when they're willing to share it with me. But no, I don't give life advice. That would mean that I provide some sort of professional service, which I do not. I make social commentary. Friendly advice then. It's still not advice, it's commentary. I wouldn't qualify it as advice. It's not there to deliberately benefit people. Alright, let's get back to our lesson. Oh, right. Search. This is Japanese, by the way. We're using WaniKani in Japanese. I don't think I've written chemistry or molecular biology anywhere in the title of the video. So hopefully you're interested in Japanese. Oh. What? Oh.
巨大
Right. Guide. I feel like... Heck. Door. Where there's donuts, it's probably like Michinaku or something. Oh no, Michi something. Huh. I only got the Michi part. I'll come back.
Gyaku. 任す
Hmm.
Kouryōku.
効力。
怒らせる。
怒らせる。What? Oh, to anger. What? Hold up. Hmm. Yeah. What? Oh, wait. Oh, cool. Oh. That's definitely Kyoku. And Hoku? I can't think of a kun-kun. Oh, you don't think you've ever answered? Trixie seems to be doing well. You will say she had to take her nausea meds for the first time. Oh, okay. It didn't go well because caused her some serious salivation and took around 15 minutes of her spitting it out before she finally got it down. Oh. That seems quite discomforting. Better days ahead. Hopefully. I don't know the normal things, so dog medication. I imagine that is expected. You're thinking maybe the coating on it was bitter or something? Oh, wait.
北極
Okay.
再建
Saiken. You didn't salivate with any of the other mez, or just a theory? Oh, intriguing. Intriguing. This is not a tanned hide. What is it? I don't think that's a zombie. The zombie looks different. What incarnation is this? I see a mouse. What kind of looks like a year? I don't know if that's year. Oh, wait. I think this is just Korea. I don't actually know what their breakdown is for Korea. Oh, they have nothing. Oh, I see a... Okay, there is cow here. I mean, that kind of looks like cow. And then... I guess they have eating involved. Yeah, eating. Oh, and then 5. Oh, they're going with 5. Okay, so 5 mouse cow. Okay. I was going to default to tanned hide if all else. I guess a tanned hide would come from cow leather as well.
Dentou-teki
Dentou-teki. Revolve. Unite. What the... Revolve and unite? Oh. This probably... Dental is what? Traditional? Or tradition? Probably. Wait, is this accept? Okay.
Michi ni mayou
Chini Mayo. Oki? Okiba.
置き場
Okiba. Oh man. I botched that pitch accent so hard. Okiba. I really thought it would have been Okiba. Okiba. Thing. Or a place to put something. What are you? Oh, just place to put something. Oh no. I'm gonna go with... Man, I didn't distinguish between sarani and genni. Genni.
さらに
Sarani. Hold up, I really need to differentiate between gen... I guess I'll do it later, but... Hold up. Oh, I don't even know... Yeah, I need to... I was like, I need to figure this out now. Let's look at this now. It doesn't take kana, so... Does it? I doubt it. Yeah. One of the not great things about... We'll come back. What is this one? Sarani. Sarani is furthermore. Actually, it might be available here. We need to change Sara. So coal for renew. So what is the gen? It's not Ben. Genuinely don't remember what gen is. Or which gen is it? Every time I look at Sarani, I think of... Because this is gen. Oh no, this is not gen. Something that looks like coal, but is gen. Not Ben. No, we're gonna have to come back. So let's create a... Let's ditch Sara. Sara does not come up enough. So coal. Gotta weave in some coal. Where we have field. Is that supposed to be an X? A broom? I don't think they use broom here, right? Brown, rice paddy, treasure. That's an extended X. Okay. And we need sa and da. Freaking da, man. I need something for da. Da is... Raw is not great. Oh, I'm using ranch. That's right. I'm also using ranch. Okay. Furthermore, okay. So coal at the... Oh, I can't use that. Too kind. Okay, coal on his knee. At the rice field, on the ground, on his knee. So it renewing the soil, or the soil renewing. Soil is renewing. Furthermore, at the with a saw for fixing the branch. Renovating? Is renovating? Ugh. Arani. Okay. Actually have bigger trouble with this being recognized as Ko versus Gen. Okay. Aku? Kakueki. Kakueki Teisha.
各駅停車
Kakueki Teisha. Boarding location. Yes. Stopping. It's like a bus stop, but like a transportation boarding. How do you phrase this? A place to board is what I would. A place to stop and board. Or yeah. Oh no. Like a place like to get the oh no, this is not it. This is the each. Oh, this is each station stop car, so it's the local train. Heck, I thought it was Seki. Quality. Oh wait. What? Quality. I thought it could have been chi or any form of chi. I think I typed shiki, but I think it's chi. Shichi. There's another read for this. Chi and shiki? No, shichi. Oh. Okay. 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 Heck. This is bakchi. Chi. Huh. Oh, this is extend, right? Heck. It's the whole blackjack thing and extend. Heck. Or like expand, right? Extend or make bigger. Oh. Expand is probably the word here. To tighten.
閉まる。眠る。
半袖
Wait.
安値
Yes, in it. What? Oh wait. What? I think that might have been a typo. Oops.
対象
Taisho. Oh, is this like a reaction? Oh no, wait. Posing? No. Versus it's not what I think it is. This is special. The interpretation is kind of special. Opposite phenomenon. Alright, we're gonna come back. Opposite phenomenon. Thought it might have been reaction. Something else.
激怒
Icky.
Shūnyū.
Shoot. I don't know what this left thing is. It's not a torch. Vines. Vines.
Maneki neko.
What are you?
腹切り
Oh, right. I added. Oh, this is where we need to pivot to goose and not goo. I think.
Nugu.
Good. Not that one. Not that one though. I'll let it pass for today. We'll be back.
巨人
Say what? Something makes me want to type heck. Oh, wait. It's total. It's a kunyomi. Hence the stop.
きれい
Okay.
奇妙
Email.
営業する
営業する. Heck. What? See spirits, right? Don't you see a bunch of spirits or something? Oh, this is sure. Oh, probably she. That's not Ban. Ah. Oh, wait.
寝坊する
all in, all in, all in. Yeah, all in. Yeah. I just went for it. Here's the mouth. Oh, tone? Is it tone? Oh no, no, it's not tone. Ton, done. All in done. Yeah, all in done.
応援団
Done. That's kind of like section or group, right? Done. Cheering section.
誕生日
What? Oh man. I thought that was... Oh, no, wait. Not guilt. It's something else. Sell. Oh no, the revolutionary. It's not. It's a special. Revolutionary. Revolutionary. Kawa. Do we use kawa? No. Something makes me want to say like kawa. What was the other? Kaku? Actually, it might just be.
革命
Never mind. It's actually normal. Wait. Oh no, wait. Wait. It's not revolutionary? Oh no. Kakume. Skin and light. Not sarcasm. What the skin and what? Yeah, the skin ones are watashi tachi no ume akunen no I skipped that today. Didn't get there. A guide? I think it's a guide. Oh, that was guidance. Okay. Our this. Okay. Describes a guide in some way. Hmm. No, I think this deals with revolution, right? Oh, maybe it's not a... Oh, since that's the person, it's gotta be just revolution, not revolutionary. Darn it. Shigenteki. What? Oh no. Shiganteki.
主観的
Shiganteki. Main view. Oh. Main view plus Shiganteki. My Shiganteki. Main view. How do I? It's probably subjective. Heck, it's not a storehouse, nor is it an armory. Oh no, I added armory. Oh, this is the heckin' black hole. Oh no, wait. Oh no, a heckin' Death Star. What the? Wait, that's... Huh? Leather skin, or yeah, skin and leather put together. This might be a skip for now. I have two conflicting things. No. I think it's okay. Higaku. What?
比較
Oh, I typed gaku. Gaku. What the hikaku? Oh,
比較
at least it wasn't some sort of pivot. Oh, it doesn't sound right. It's
Inemuri.
Inemuri. What the? Oh no.
締め切り
I need to stop doing that. What? Oh man. Alright, hold on. There's something about there's soap involved. And ko. I thought it was like koso. Like kosonau or something. Oh no, wait. It's not koso. It's saso.
誘う
So what? Oh.
相次ぐ
Right.
迷惑メール
迷惑メール。
営業中
営業中。
眠り薬
胃薬。
杉。
次。Wait. What the? That doesn't seem. Yeah, just too much. Oh, yeah. After. No. Too much is what I'm looking for. But it's also like surpass a point. That's what it means to be too much. Oh, I thought that was ka. Oh no. No way, right? What was it? Like Oh, I thought this was like different. What? Hmm. Would it, or like a difference, make a distinction? Sa. MAKU? Just kidding. Cho. What is something like a district but not a district? Or maybe not. Yeah, like smaller than a district. Agency.
Gyakusetsu.
Yes, it's Oops.
痛み止め。
Amidome. Hmm? Oh, really? No, it's not that either. We can't do Tazu. Dang it. Something with toe. Right? Ozureru. Oh wait. Uto. Reru. What? Ah. Hmm. Oh no, wait. Maybe this is Tazu. I don't quite remember how I can differentiate. Oh. I swear it's Otoreru. What? Oh no, wait. It's all three. Yeah, Otozureru.
訪れる
東西南北。
What is Koshi? Oh wait. Heck. Uh,
川
腹立つ
no. No.
登る 極めて
I'm it.
貸し
T.
新幹線
Shinkansen. Mm. I mean, it's except, but and it's so use shoe. Was there vines and were there vines stuff involved? Hmm. Got nothing. Believe that's a jet with a slide. Don't know what that means at the moment. Oh, this is like vermilion or a replacement for vermilion. And then how did that work? And help. Oh, this is the jet dropping into a tree. The stock. I'm not sure we're gonna keep Kabu either. There's no other use for Kabu. Yakoka. Hmm. What? Oh. Heck.
気
Typo.
象
Oh.
土器
Doki. Mm.
構える
No.
"逆らう」 不健康
高値
支援する
What? Kyuketsu ka ne? Oh. Kyuketsuki.
吸血鬼
I thought it was judge. Oh no. Kidding. Something makes me want to type Zo. Darn it. Oh, wait. Why does it make me want to type Zo? This is like story or something. Or like level. Or layers. Oh, layers. What? Vice President? Wait. Oh, wait. Hold on, that's Rio. So, 副大統領。
副大統領
副大統領。All right, we're back. We're back. So that's a dual, and then those.
領収書
領収書。What happened here? I really thought it was show. Man. This and rice field. No idea. Wait. Got it. Asema. Maki. Kind of annoyed. Annoyed. I got others, right? Guide. Starts with Michi. Ichitaku? No. Oh, it's like Michibiku.
導く
Biku. What's the last thing? Something just makes me want to type Umaru, but Depsh. Oh no, is that receive? See, kind of reminds me. Same. Oh, is this like fit? Or no, store. No, it's fit. It's either one of them, fit or store. So we have like osamaru.
収まる
I think this is to fit in. Oh, to fit inside. Okay. That's gonna, and that kind of stinks. And obtain is, I see. I think receive to accept is kind of better, in my opinion. And it's where like to accept something is to fit in to it. To obtain in an intransitive way to make it fit in. I don't know. So we have this and what? And the meaning for this? So it's the versus phenomenon, right? But it's completely different. Wait. Taisho. So it's target. I think I might actually even have written something. Yeah. We'll come back to it. I have no idea this anymore. I have conflicting ideas. On the one hand, I think it's detail. On the other, it's like county. Oh, is this abbreviation? No. Yes. Yes. Abbreviation. And what is abbreviation? Okay. Oh, and then we're taking the 4 from earlier because... Oh, this might lead to a few lessons, actually. That's fine. How did this work? Heck. Shogun. Full soil and heck. It's sprain. Oh, not Shogun. And then twisting.
Ryokcha.
Yeah, we have a few lessons because of those two things. So let's just do them now. Scraping together. Twist. Out exit. Scraping together and choosing. Twist your wallet till money exits. This is the best way of scraping. This describes the act of working hard to scrape together things, whether you're scrounging up or... That's kind of a wild thing.
捻出
Shitsu. Nen? Oh, nen. I'll take it. A sprain and then combine them.
捻挫
And Nenjutsu is gonna be interesting. Or rounding out.
捻出
I don't know. How do you even spell scrounging by? Scraping by, scrounging up. Oh my gosh. Being resourceful is the phrase I'm looking for. Scraping by. Oh my dude. Oh, I guess it's up. They're trying to... Okay. Okay.
Nenza.
Alright. 2 for 2. Okay. Alright. Let's cover this for tomorrow. Or it's the day after, right? Day after is the second half lesson. Yep. Alright. Let's get to longer session than usual. We got a bit of opportunity to yap about things. So we're doing our reads into our definition. This hasn't been getting quicker lately. We're getting slower because we're doing an additional step or practicing additional step. I up. I sponsor. Soku. Urge. E. Inlet. Se. Request. You. Mail. Un. Korea. I. Break. Shin. Diagnose. Kaku. Cabinet. Un. Recommend. Yaku. Abbreviation. O. Navigation. E. Draw near. Un. Board. I. Street. 2. Religion. Musume. Daughter. N. Banquet. Ooh. Gary. Yo. Fear. And append. Oh. Fierce. Betsu. Violent. Saku. Search. And tsu. Stuffed. Alright. Let's wrap for our WaniKani session today. If you're gonna watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu. As always, feel free to follow along, pick up WaniKani, give it a try, let me know what you think. Today I had an opportunity to share some very reductive and summary about the core, maybe the core uses of WaniKani and Anki. That was kind of nice to give a bit of that spiel. I'm trying to be a little bit more expedited, right? Boiling it down to some major contributors or contributors that I feel are very resonating with what they're looking for. To highlight, right, SRI systems, one of the core principles of the systems that people make comments about, which I recently read a forum comment, a new forum comment. What unifies these SRS systems is scheduling. Sometimes it's been a while since you've learned something and maybe you need to get your reins back in. That comes with what I mentioned with Jazz yesterday about trackers, like physical fitness trackers. SRS is a fitness tracker for your vocabulary and language learning. If that's something that sounds like it's inapproachable and you want something to help you along the way and then maybe develop your own scheduling, and when you forget things, when you apply things, SRS can do that. And there are various versions of the other flavor of things. While WaniKani and Hanzuhiro focuses on character acquisition and vocabulary, like character legibility or literacy, there are other versions of that tracking. I think one of the skills that are purely optional most of the time nowadays with technology is that people find the ability to time manage, self-reflect, and be consistent as the underlying reason for poor skill development, inconsistency. So SRS systems can alleviate that when it comes to what they give you, what type of information they give you. That's a flavor on top of it. So for WaniKani, right, and Hanzuhiro I mentioned, is for character acquisition, but Satori Reader and Do Chinese do other things, right? The underlying system is scheduling is often offloaded to technology. So one of the core principles of using this is if you're acquiring an aspect, that system is built on something that's scheduling for you. I think one of the weakest components, the dependency on technology, is also the trade-off of making it the weakest component. And one of the weakest components in most, and again, I'm saying percentages, but percentages are anecdotal to me. So among the conversations that I have over these years, like many years, even video games, any form of hobby, is schedule, time management, decision making, corollary, and I did the whole spiel about corollary relationships between rate and progress. The element of time is something that is no longer appreciated manually. It's now no longer analog and subjective appreciation of time. It's a objective appreciation, and that objectivity has been offloaded to technology. So it doesn't have to be about SRS like timing and language learning. When it makes it very clear when someone talks about something, that when they talk about static numbers, magnitudes, and percentages with no form of reference to time, rate, and those sort of things, it wouldn't be a big coincidence. It's very actually quite corollary and likely that that individual does not have a perception of their own time when they forget, when they self-evaluate and whatnot. So these types of programs, the most functional part of the program, whenever someone mentions, oh, I use this because it works, the things they're describing is the scheduling side of things. I think it's misplaced to think that it has any very significantly it's significantly impacted by the perceived difficulty of the task it's scheduling. It is the consistency, the routine, and the discipline that is being offloaded to a system. So whenever someone says like, oh, hey, I want to learn Chinese, for example, that I'm about to talk about this a little bit later. Someone says, oh, this looks exactly like WaniKani. It isn't. It isn't exactly like WaniKani. Though, but it is at the same time if the only functionality they're looking for, that they focus on, is that it's a technology that schedules for you. That's usually how I see when Anki, WaniKani, and Hanzahiro, things like that, come into a discussion about how it works. When you ask why it works and what you think contributes to your working, I think the vast majority of people will highlight how it schedules things for you. So ultimately, most of my discussions and emphasis are on how do you do that analog way? How do you customize? What do you do? What can you learn from that? I don't think it's the difficulty of the language anymore, or the difficulty of consuming information. I think information consumption is what most people online that I encounter are very used to. They are great at taking in information. They are incredibly poor at being consistent on their own. It is dopamine, instant gratification, and tethers and consistent models and technology that keeps someone consistent. So in effectively taking the choice away from engaging in any activity that has schedulers for you. So how do you get someone to like your game? Schedule it so that it incentivizes them to come back regularly to play the game. It's not dealing with joy, actually. It's more dealing with regularity. I think habit formation is a thing of the past. It's incredibly dependent on objective feedback. And that may make it sound like you can be completely manipulated and everything is deterministic. That's fair enough. You can no longer do things that are not motivated by objective feedback, right? And it can lead to that impression, like, oh, you can't play a new game because it doesn't consistently create a habit for you to play the game habitually. So what's a game that's not attractive? A game that has a beginning and an end, and it has a limited number of content. That pales in comparison to a game that is a live service model that incentivizes you to log in for 5 minutes every single day. That is a demonstration of how SRS works. If you want to start learning something, yes, one of the foundations is to establish a routine that creates constant practice and constant reinforcement, right? So that's what I wanted to highlight. I think ultimately, you got to ask yourself, one of the greatest foundations to a deficit. Basically, we're looking at what is something lacking, not something that needs more of. So if you're already great at immersion and you believe in immersion and you do a lot of immersion, the answer, in my opinion, is not more immersion if it's not working, right? The things that you love, the things that you do regularly are probably working. However, one of the things to consider is there's a rate limiting step. There's a bottleneck. What is the bottleneck? And I often think it's consistency, discipline, self-reflection. They're kind of bundled together. When you have consistency, you have self-reflection, right? When you have discipline, you have consistency. So those are the things that I feel are the most attractive things. So nowadays, I'm largely focused on that. It appears that that is the conversation to be had right now. When someone asks me, what does this app do? I would probably primarily prioritize and see if it's attractive the idea that the thing schedules things for you. It makes the process easy to approach because you legitimately don't think about the process anymore. And that comes with a bit of a double-edged consternation for me. It also means that when I ask someone, hey, what did you do today? He's like, I don't know, I just did the same thing. I'm like, what is that? Like, well, I just do whatever this tool tells me to do whenever I do it, and then it works. I'm like, okay, that's cool. I can't say any much more than that because my interest lies in why do you think it works when a tool tells you to do your reviews once every day? It's like, can you make it better? Can you change it up? Like, can you apply it to something that doesn't have a scheduler? Usually the answer is no, or nothing comes to mind, or I'm not that creative, or I don't have the discipline to, or habit formation is scary, that type of thing. At least I'm paraphrasing. Usually it would be a well-constructed, rational, maybe not entirely objective, objective but subjective take on why they think it wouldn't work. And it does grind down to the idea of being able to form some sort of sustainable, consistent, relational routine of practice, self-evaluation. So nowadays, it feels like people argue a lot about the flavor of their information without addressing the core deficit, at least in my opinion, a very significant deficit that they may overcome intuitively. And that's probably the goal now, to emphasize a way in which you encourage someone to intuit the rewards of delayed gratification through consistent routine and management. Because habit formation is about delayed gratification. It's not about instant gratification. Habits do not thrive on instant gratification. The moment you, in my opinion, build habit on top of instant gratification is the moment that you're going to be a seeker of diminished return consistently with that habit formation. So for example, if you enjoy the gratification of gambling, for example, the next time it will be more gambling, and the time after that would be even more gambling. It's often not a sustainable model. Oftentimes those instant gratifications, they end as quickly as they start. It's an oxymoronic paradox. That itself was a little redundant. It's a paradox. A habit is meant to last for a long time consistently. Attaching instant gratification to that habit would suggest that habit is temporary. So that habit can come up way more often than the gratification it produces. So to me, that illustrates one of the fundamental conflicts of interest with why tools like Anki, WaniKani, for those individuals specifically, end up failing for them to do anything or to make something satisfactory, because they treat it as a form of instant gratification as opposed to a form of habit formation. SRS is systems like these give the person a obligatory motivational way to create a new habit. Without an understanding of why that is the case and a focus on a specific aspect of it, that usually causes grinding, lack of motivation, loss of passion, and maintenance of consistency. Despite a system that is incredibly consistent, you will likely grow tired of it, feel like you're not making any progress, and etc. Right? When ultimately the most important thing is right in front of a lot of these people. You have done something consistently. The idea is you let it focus on things that isn't a reflection of what consistency is. Consistency is small steps that lead to big results. Habit formation, not instant gratification. You go in, it's like, oh, I learned 10 kanji. I hope this feeling stays forever. It doesn't. In my opinion, it's unlikely to. That's part of the human condition. And understanding mathematical relationships was my pivot to demonstrating that, yeah, habits, they don't provide the same instant gratification over time. The mindset is that they provide a delayed gratification over time. It is when you reflect upon things, which I feel those who rely on instant gratification do not understand the process of learning yet. Because to appreciate the process is to consistently reflect on things. Hence why, in my opinion, a lot of these SRS systems have a built-in way in which you can see all the things that add up. Right? Your laundry list, like your numbers and all these things, those are the things that cumulatively give you a sense of encouragement to reflect upon things. But it's up to the user to find value in that. Because you could see this number and you could say, oh, it only goes up by like 15 a week. It's like, well, that is the same number all the time. It is the consistency of that. But that number starts to mean less and less when you think of it as relative to the end number that you have. And that is someone who's seeking and starving for instant gratification, not delayed gratification. And that is someone who still haven't, in my opinion, formed the intuition to establish, start, and alter and change habits without being dependent on someone else's structure to give you that habit. So if you, in my opinion, what is a great end note? What is an incentive? Like a double-edged incentive. The other side of encouraging people to understand how to independently create habits and make decisions that aren't dictated by someone who can take advantage of it. You can choose what type of habits to pick up. You can choose to make a habit that is your own, seek your own satisfaction by establishing those habits. Alternatively, you can look at it from a cynical standpoint. You know when you are able to stop and start something that is also a bad habit that you don't like. Like, for example, doom scrolling. Being able to understand the things that make you start a habit and stop a habit also enables you to stop a habit when it becomes becomes a problem, right? Habits built on instant gratifications have diminished return. A mindset of thinking that habits will consistently provide instant gratification, in my opinion, is a conflict of interest. So when you're playing a game and you think that the satisfaction will keep going up on a daily basis, I think that's a human logical fallacy most of the time. Not all the time, but most of the time. Because the game will not be as enthusiastically as the first time, yesterday, the day before. It can sustain. It typically can try to sustain that excitement. And then completing the game is the delay gratification. It's the idea that when you complete a game, you can reflect upon all the things that you have done in that period. But ultimately, I don't think most people do that anymore. They play the game and they evaluate everything in the instance it is experienced without adjustment or relationship to the whole. There is rarely ever self-reflection. There is not time made for self-reflection. And therefore, habits and habit formations do not improve over time. They actually get more and more deficient. What's part of a habit in SRS? Active recall. It's up to you to decide if you want to apply and use active recall. It's not part of the loop. So ultimately, that's what I think is the talking point. When you want to get someone to learn, hence why Duolingo still works. Because Duolingo focuses on habit formation. And despite, a lot of people who have their own motivations, who can form habits, who can do things consistently, who can commit to things, their talking points, in my opinion, overlooks the idea that you can't even get someone to consistently use whatever you're saying or whatever you're selling. And then some people who say that their product works, in my opinion, their product works, and I have no qualms with this. They have brilliant strategies to help people encode, learn new material, years and years of experience. The thing is, the product that they sell has one thing that is not important to them, that they don't highlight a lot of times, and it is the basis of the success or major contributor to their product success. And that is exposure, frequency of obligations, and scheduling, and maybe instant gratification. So despite the general emphasis on like, oh, okay, we're going to use mnemonics here. Oh, we're using like an integrated graded reading approach to this. Oh, we're using native content all the time. Oh, we use a platform where you incorporate all the content that you want. So when you upload a content, our tool helps you do this. Ultimately, the underlying sauce that makes the product, all of those products, successful, in my opinion, like how could so many products be successful and the people behind them are so confident in their success? I think the commonality between them does point to the idea that it increases exposure, causes a habit to happen, and it incentivizes that habit through the commitment of either cost or reward to keep them consistent. Apps are incredibly accessible, regardless of how tenuous or complex it is, because people have smartphones. They look at their smartphones. The association of a behavior that they already do with whatever information you're given, it's understated. I'm not saying it's responsible for all the success of the people who spend tireless hours creating models and organizations and special hacks, life hacks to learning language and whatnot. I want to emphasize that, in my opinion, it's understated. It's worth emphasizing that one of the things that draw people to being successful using whatever techniques they have is one of the strongest contributors to your method working, because they show up. And despite the quality, the special sauce is the extra quality that you placed on those things. Despite that, you can keep saying the differences, emphasizing the differences in quality of your content versus another person's content, or how curated, how native it is. And yet, in terms of human behavior, I think most people are deficient in a thing that nearly all the apps, most of programs and apps and classrooms and masterclasses have in common. You get the person to show up, because you have a combination of things that causes the person to show up. And that is very understated. When you are able to convince someone to show up, there is magic that happens. They're not starved for information, in my opinion. What I mean is, I don't think most people online are foreign to being closed-minded. They're closed-minded due to the manipulation of the systems that they're exposed to. They're actually incredibly open-minded, in my opinion, provided that there's a basis for their exposure, right? So you have a baseline, create an app, give them a reason to show up, and then you can inch that extra benefit by giving your information with a special twist, right? I still think I don't hear this very often. I feel like maybe it's boring, or it's often understood that you have this already before you proceed in a lifelong pursuit of a skill. Like, experienced people, in my opinion, do honestly sometimes forget that it is very difficult to understand the basis of habit formation that they take for granted, in my opinion. Like, oh yeah, it's easy, just encourage yourself and keep things interesting, and therefore you'll do it one day, and then one day will turn into 3 months, and it turns to 1 year, and then you just learn the language because you were busy having fun. Like, okay, well, that's well and good, but I think the target audience that typically would require help is not necessarily the people that you think are like you. Like, I think the vast majority of people who are looking for apps and helpful, like trying to learn something, is actually trying to start to learn something and form a habit when they want to, which haven't happened, in my opinion. I think I can't say how often that most of the old age foundations still continue to win out. When you have to go to school, when you have to show up in a class, when you purchase something and you have to get the value of that thing, when you place something where you have to go cross them out of convenience, is what motivates the person to achieve those things. Like, if you want to go to a grocery store, place a grocery store between you and your home and your place of work. So you're going to step by the thing. That's one environmental manipulating, right? And many things that deal with habit formation becomes one of the determining factors if an app is successful, in my opinion, personally. Not that it will be the full determinant. It's a very significant contributor. So you have a language guru, right? And they present this special method, this complex method, or maybe even very simple method. And yet, when you use their product, in my opinion, when I see their product, its underlying thing is organization, getting the person to show up, organizing their lessons, organizing their information so that they can show up to do it. That is what feeds the internet right now. I don't think I've once saw At least in my opinion, I have limited experience, of course. I don't think I have yet to ask someone. It's getting close. I've met a couple people who they're organized enough to demonstrate that when they say they're going to do something and they're going to start something, they have schedules, contingency plans, intentional planning and action, despite not really knowing what the details of what they're going to do. They have time, intent, and commitments when they tackle something. I think most people nowadays, it's the technology or the person they trust or the product they're buying to that determines when they do something. When you subscribe to Netflix for a month, you want to get your money's worth of that Netflix. So you increase your frequency of watching Netflix. That would increase your frequency of liking it and hating it at the same time, right? It'll increase your frequency of liking it initially until it gets dull and overused. Instant gratification starts fading, right? Then you stop subscribing. And the idea of the competition is they're going to keep on bidding for your attention. So it's not humans that were built this way. I'm not going to say it was always this way. I'm talking about the current state of matters, right? I think the most common thing, the thread that makes someone productive, actively learning, versus, I don't know, brain rotting in the corner with trying to acquire passive information while not remembering or recollecting anything they do day to day. That is the battle and competition for your attention. And yes, all those products are really fantastic, but I think they can be elevated by their creators and their influencers and their teachers, or those people who spend so many hours curating a special form of information that they believe happen without raising awareness to the deficiencies. I genuinely believe that it does a disservice to them, because it's difficult to appreciate that information if that person doesn't necessarily already have the capacity to focus on the things that make them want to learn those things. And that is wanting to show up, wanting to improve, seeing and expecting when and where they should be doing things, as opposed to just showing up because they're told to. And then when they're showing up, they're told to, I think it blows back, or it follows where whatever the person says is true. And I think that's negligent and unprofessional, in my opinion. Like, when you say, oh yeah, this is the best system ever, I've worked tireless hours, years, and oftentimes when I hear it from someone else, it's overblown. What I heard whenever they say, oh, can you explain to me why this works? And they would say something that, you know, regurgitate whatever the influencer or the professional said. And my first thought is, I'm not entirely sure if you demonstrated that that's what made it work. You said something that sounds like it came from someone who does believe it. And then I try to get to explain. So what do you do to the day-to-day? Like, what does the day-to-day activity mean? Like, do you like doing this? Are you enjoying it? And rarely are those details ever vivid. Like, how do you know that you're doing this and then those words and this word equals the same thing? Like, it's so difficult to understand if people know why something works for them, versus being told that it does work and that's how it does work. And oftentimes the word consistency comes up, and my first thought is, oh hey, most of these apps do provide consistency. The question is, do they keep you consistent? Like, well, the way to become inconsistent is to quit, right? Or do they provide consistency in the way you can matriculate, as in you can mature into another platform or mature into another thing? No, usually not. It's really bad for business, and I still feel that a lot of the other people who have great intents and they're experts and they really do believe their product, rarely do they consider the beginning and the end. It's often about the middle, and I totally understand because I like process oriented thinking too. So when you explain something, you focus on things in the middle. On the internet side of things though, I don't think that's what people focus on, and I'm starting to learn that, at least from conversation with myself. I need to understand how to orient my information in order to bridge why understanding what's happening in the middle, the process, is as important or part of the picture of how to start and how to end. I think 90% of my conversation starts with how to start and how to end, or where it ends. 10% of the time is in the middle. It used to be a lot more. Like, I used to talk about the process in the middle, but it doesn't address the questions and answers that I get all the time. The question is, how do you start? How do you stay consistent? And consistency just fills the middle. And then how long does it take to get to the goal, right? And I think when someone is actually successful and they're putting out a product, to me, I think they do the same thing, because their product becomes more successful despite they probably have all the necessary knowledge and experience to have someone be self-sufficient and independent after using their product. Instead, it sounds more like they focus on things that make the person more dependent on their product and continuously dependent on their product in order for their product to be successful. Objectively speaking, that's incredibly pragmatic. I would like to argue that sometimes when you're releasing a product and trying to make a product the best, especially in the context of the internet and competing with other products, the vision of learning gets lost. The vision of learning gets clouded by feedback and profitability that focuses on properties that are overrepresented online. And the stuff that's overrepresented is reward, instant gratification, reward, having something to do all the thinking for you, all the problem solving for you, and constantly offering you a very nice narrative with a great package and outline. The other word I would use is a gross reductive simplification of something very complicated. So instead of trying to make the complicated thing understandable, but preserving its complexity, you reduce it to a simple thing that obscures and omits all the complexity. So that normalizes simple things. Like, what's your solution to learning Japanese? Use this product because this person was successful. I'm not saying the person who made the product is doing this. I'm saying their product that they do ends up generating people that believe that. So I don't like read, and I'm not pals and friends with all the experts who genuinely likes to talk about the complexity of their experiences and systems. What other people here, like myself, are the people that the communities and the people that they make, or technically professionally liable for, but there's no like formal thing about that. Like, are influencers and experts alike responsible for overlooking, are they negligent when they generate individuals that misrepresent or tend to misrepresent or focus on things that don't represent their image? For me, that's a scary thought. It's also why I'm very apprehensive about releasing products, right? So they have their own professional integrity. To me, I think the vast majority of individuals that I've met now gave me a reductive spiel about some sort of theory and some sort of like catch-all panacea. And then when you go to those people and you read their products and their interviews and stuff, I don't get that impression at all. Like, not even close. I get an impression of someone addressing a very specific demand that they think is a heavy factor in what they're doing. And then when I see their product, I see like 60 to 70% engineering from app design. So they commission some sort of app company that has the basis already for what makes their product successful. And then that other 30% is their name on it and their actual theories. So despite it being immersion SRS or like immersion flashcards, graded readers, it's built on a foundation of what causes an app to be in demand. And because of that in demand, most of them are successful because they do effectively make someone want to learn something, right? And that is overlooking what makes app design, gamification, gambling, short dopamine bursts, flashy animation, clean UI, and consistent alarms and notifications one of the gold standards. It starts to make me think that I'm not entirely sure what is it that those people contribute that is significant to the foundation of getting someone to show up. And Duolingo, in my opinion, consistently demonstrates what showing up is, despite the sacrifice of and what the intended purpose or information it's giving. It focuses on engagement, sustainability, and habit formation, right? And start to wonder. For myself, I do enjoy learning about why people make these things. And whenever I share it, which I did today, I shared what WaniKani, like what you're buying WaniKani for, right? And I've offset that whatever someone focuses on WaniKani, they think of the thing that is available in most app designs. Nearly 70, I'm still saying the vast majority of app designs offer the one core thing. So you can go to any app design and do that. And the first thing someone says is, I don't care for the thing, or it doesn't matter because the context thing is not useful. I'm like, well, okay, then you shouldn't use these products. That is an icing on the cake. There are plenty of products that do the exact same thing. A video game, an app, a scheduler, your wearable tech, your smartphone, all of them are programmed with the idea that it's trying to create a habit so that you continue to use the product, right? Now the goal is, can you discern what that does so that you can go and participate in other people's actual information? So for me, I want to make that clear that I buy WaniKani because of the WaniKani part, not the thing, in my opinion, that's globally available everywhere else. Usually when someone tells me, oh, this product is great, and I ask them, what makes the product really great? They specifically talk about the thing that isn't part of the creation process. Like they talk about how, oh, you know, it makes it really convenient. It gives me notifications and it tells me when my lessons are up and it tells me how long I've been doing this. It tells me those things are common. They are the standards of quite legitimately most apps. If apps lack those, then people stop showing up. They stop being motivated. They stop scheduling to want to do something. And then you factor in like, oh, but our method works. We don't need those things. Like the last time I checked, if you're online and you're a personality and you're selling to your audience who is likely going to be online, so you're recording a video and you're making content and you're an expert in learning and teaching, and you're making a content video off of a YouTube channel, your audience, the vast majority of audiences, are going to be attracted to that thing. The gamification, the regularness, the schedule thing, right? And not necessarily driven by whatever you're selling in terms of its like content and stuff. You like, if there isn't enough evidence for what I'm saying, it would take, in my opinion, a really reasonable scholar, someone who's an expert, maybe a 60-year-old who studied pedagogics and stuff. I would say I would unofficially offer an encouragement for them to take an hour and deep dive into brain rot. Because in my opinion, if humans, especially really rational, maybe even people who work, adults who work, have family, can suddenly be in a vicious cycle, doom scrolling through TikTok, I think regardless of how compelling and complex and nuanced your teaching methods are, your language learning methods are, you're competing with that. You're competing with TikTok. You're competing with your YouTube reels. So yes, I don't want to say, like, I'm kind of diminishing the contribution of people who like nuances and specialization, but in my opinion, there's a strong rate limiting step to discussions, communication, like understanding, like learning in general. And it's the idea that you're competing with a monster of a human condition. And that human condition has been strongly optimized. It's strongly optimized to the point where now the alternative method is to moderate and censor it. So like, if we're going to take a chapter from another country, right? There are specific countries, which I won't name, but those countries have decided the one way to do so is to literally limit the exposure to the very thing that you're promoting online. And you might be thinking, well, let's use the lesser of two evil arguments. If TikTok, if you can get someone to, instead of doom scroll, be addicted and dependent to only a single way of learning, it might as well be my way of learning. And my first thought is, man, is that a paradox and so hypocritical. It is so hypocritical that you think that you're arrogant enough. I'm not saying I don't know these people, right? I'm saying if that is the case, if you're really trying to make an argument of a lesser of two evils, you're suggesting that if someone is addicted to something, you might as well get them addicted to the way you do things. And you believe that the thing you're doing is somehow better than anything else, and that would be healthier for a person. I have a moral dilemma with that. Because learning is more about not being stuck on the same thing. So you have gurus and whatnot, or professionals, and I think it's unintended, largely because I think they're out of touch with the audience at the moment. It's kind of like when Chern mentioned nowadays your teachers don't really use analogies. It's unreasonable, I would say. It's unreasonable for someone to be expected to keep up with the trends of social media and whatnot. However, there are trends that are lasting for a really long time, and rarely do those individuals, however experienced they are, with all due respect, indicate that they understand what is facing a failure to learn something. Their attention is manipulated, in my opinion. Like, I asked someone, they say, oh, they love drawing art. It's like, why aren't you drawing art right now? Oh, I have to get my daily fix of League of Legends. I'm like, okay. Does League of Legends help you with your artwork? Like, if you play League of Legends, does it encourage you to want to do art or not? Nah, it's just a time sink. Like, okay. That's what you're competing with. So whenever you substitute that, I don't think it necessarily helps or teach your community or the people who use your product to do any better. So they become dependent on you. And I think, to me, I'm a little bit biased and a lot more direct. If you're responsible for teaching people how to learn something, and your goal is to get them fixated and dependent unintentionally on your way of learning, only your way of learning, but you're unintentionally doing it. You're just doing your best, right, to make your way the best, like a very great way. But when I hear people use your product and they're telling me it's the only way, it sounds more like a religion or a cult. And what happens with that cult-like religious self echo chamber-y thing is that it actually, in my opinion, and I argue to a greater extent, it stunts learning because they no longer want to learn anything else. And then they tell other people there's no other way to learn. There's no other ways to explore. There's no other ways to develop new ideas. There's no other ways that can work, either not as good but still work, or work as good or even work better. And I think that's an unintentional symptom of someone who knows how to learn something, who have years, decades of experience, but in my opinion is out of touch with the predicament that the internet has made. And unintentionally, when they sell a product because they don't have the actual, and how do I know, in my opinion, that these people are out of touch with the thing there? I'm out of touch with a lot of aspects of whatever is going on. In fact, I will be out of touch next month, basically, or maybe even next week. And that is the technological side of things. This person talks about like, oh, this is my method and stuff, and then they're flipping through their apps and stuff. And my first thought is, man, they really don't talk much about their app design. Like, do they ever talk about like why this thing takes 3 clicks and why they put this menu over here and menu over here? Because to me, that is someone who doesn't understand app design. And I think app design may actually make up a substantial amount of the success of what they think is successful right now. And that's not to the expectation that they should. It's the idea that it would be curious if they understand a bit more about the contributing factors of being an app. Like, you have prominent figures who like say, oh, use my product. It's this product. Insert a fancy name. Maybe something, a combination of lingo or linguistics plus like pro and some X numbers or something like that. And then when they're using it, the product that they're actually putting their face on, in my opinion, and I'm not as expert or in app design and whatnot, but at least from the use of applications, I can genuinely see that there is a big gap between how they perceive the app experience versus what they're trying to instruct. So you see this guy who talks a lot about being interested, learning in context and having real stories and news articles, and then you go to the app and I'm like, I don't see that vision in the app design. I actually see that the app makes it incredibly convenient for people to find the information that they want, and it checks all the boxes of standard habit formation app designs that makes it great. And my first thought is, it reminds me of things like the fitness industry or the advertisement industry. You have one major advertiser or a group of major advertisement people or app designs, and they have this really solid foundation of optimizing their bottom line, and you sell that to them. So maybe like an app designer or a advertiser would come up to you and say, we really like your product. Would you allow us to advertise it? So then it would be someone who has a lot of credibility, expertise, or maybe a lot of influence. And then the thing that they sell, and you look at it, it kind of looks suspiciously like a lot of other things because it's a singular group or like a singular entity with standards that are optimized that share the similarities. Like I'll share a very endearing thing. Websites, they look suspiciously very similar, and that's worth noting. Not that it's a bad or a good thing, but it's excellent to be able to draw attention and be aware of that, right? So the next time I would be, personally, I gain far more confidence when someone goes up and say, hey guys, we use this to build our website. And actually content creators, less so people who are in different fields that are outside of the internet, they tell you and show transparency that they actually do use resources and people that they trust and other organizations that are responsible for some of the things. And I think language learning is a really big one, where despite all the advertisements and constant belief and explainers of the intricacies of their context, I think when the impression that I get when someone describes to me that why a product doesn't work and does work involves something that isn't even part of regarding that product's thing. Like someone tells me that this immersion product works really well and they describe the app. Like what I mean is they describe the functionality of the app, not what immersion has to do with the app. So for example, oh, WaniKani is really successful. It's like, well, I ignore most of the mnemonics. Okay. So you're saying that you use the app design. The app design is really good. Like that part. It's like, no, I think WaniKani is really good. It's like, are you sure? It's like, yeah, because if I use Anki, it doesn't work. Like, I don't understand. The stuff that you're describing is in Anki. It's like, oh, it just feels different. Like, so are you sure you're not confused with the idea that you might actually genuinely like what WaniKani is contributing, as opposed to highlighting all the things that the app does that another app does, right? Or something like someone comes by and says, oh yeah, I hate gamification. It's like, oh, all right. What type of product would you use for learning? And then when they describe the stuff, it tends to be the properties that make gamification effective. But since it's wrapped in a different package, they believe it's separate from gamification. Like, oh, you know, it helps me stay consistent, and it helps me, like, I keep track of things, and because I can keep track of things, I'm successful with this product or like this textbook or something. I'm like, yeah. So you hate gamification, but you hate gamification because you already do all the things that people like gamification for. That's perspective, in my opinion. And that is the type of conversation I have most of the time. So that's what I wanted to share today before I end it. As always, I've already said my closing remarks. You're always feel free to come on and yap and share your thoughts, right? Like, oh man, you're totally off base. Here's my narrative. It's like, I'm willing to listen. Because if there's anything, open generosity and conversation will bring about are new ideas, new ways of learning, right? Or remixes of old ways of learning. Sure, you could say same but different. The idea is independent thinking and collective thinking, both. You go back and forth, right? I often try to highlight what is overrepresented by tweaking it to give rise to what is underrepresented, in order to allow the idea that people can think about these things and maybe have debates and dispute about these things. That brings the level of awareness up. If at best it can at least bring up the level of awareness to create agency. Blind faith due to habitual instant gratification that leads to blind habit formation, in my opinion, is one of the things that I feel is far more common nowadays. And lack of discussion about that makes it all the more complicit and strengthens it until it hits like the government or something like that, right? An authority bigger than that. Anyways, so until next time, you're always welcome. Come on by, share some stories, some contentions. Feel free. Until next time, 皆さんまたね。見てくれてありがとう. Right? Thanks for watching. I'm gonna get up, stretch, walk around, and I'll be back for Hanzi Hero. Thank you, thank you.